Alrighty. It's Friday. It is time to do our show. I had to run out into the loft. I had thrown out the winner's form. That would have been bad. Oh, look at that. We've been here for exactly 8 seconds and we get a Prime subscription. That's what I like to see. Reaching into Bezos' pocket, stealing his money. Guys, I'm telling you. All the time, every week, all the time. I'm busy. My wife. Oh, someone just subscribed to tier 1. They reached into their pocket. I appreciate that too. Every single day, I'm doing something. Oh, see, every single day we're doing something and we're breaking stuff. Look at that. The camera just decided to be possessed. I'm telling you, that's better. If all of my wannabe streamers out there do not get a C922 camera, just don't do it. The blue looks brighter. Yeah, the C922 camera doesn't keep its gain and its autofocus and its exposure and all that saved. I thought I tweaked it. I didn't tweak it right. So I saw something wrong with the camera, made a quick tweak, and then it changed the gain levels. I did get the other shelf. I got the shelf in. I'm happy. I got my shelf from my bric-a-brac there. And then I'm going to have another bookshelf right there in between. And then next week on Monday, the curtain rod for behind the desk will be in. And then it'll maybe stop sounding so much like a room. On Saturday, the boom arm will come in. I'll be able to have the mic up closer to my face, which is always good for audio. And then we're actually making progress. You inspired me to try intermittent fasting. I just ate my noon meal, so full. Yeah, let me tell you guys, the Paradox Gaming Network has lost a couple of 100 pounds together as a community this summer. Just doing intermittent fasting, light exercise. This will be the last year that I do the weight loss challenge as a participant. I'm still going to do it next summer, but let's jump into a segment scene and we'll just let a little stuff play. I got some stuff to talk about today. We can talk stuff while we have Ashes going on. I'm gonna tell you guys, we did pop the treasure chest on Wednesday. You guys got a lot of gift cards. I checked just before the show and I was not able to give out the gift cards yet. Like I said, that sometimes takes a while. I do have to apologize. The HTML Ninja was working on the website and he's still sending me changes. But I can't finish those because we're live. Zetrix works his ass off on Ashes 101 and it looks amazing. If you guys haven't seen today's facelift, it looks good. He's doing stuff to tweak, make the performance better. Let me see. Today, guys, today is the day. I do want to tell you, I'm putting in my Twitch application. I'm putting in my partner application after this show. We have had a really strong. I'm going to share some numbers with you guys. Because these are your numbers. Like a lot of times the streamer says, well, these are my numbers. My numbers are only the total number of hours that I stream. That is the only metric that belongs to me as the streamer. So if I stream, 16 hours in a week, that's my metric. But the fact that in the last 30 days, there has been 804,000 minutes watched on this Twitch channel. That is 33,000 hours. I want to let my Twitch community know, in the last 30 days, you're actually beating my YouTube viewers. On YouTube, I've had about 30,000 hours watched in 30 days. So you guys are actually viewing me more live on Twitch. And there are people who watch my Twitch VODs. Hundreds of people watch my Twitch VODs, which is amazing to me. I wanted to tell you guys that we've upped the average viewers to 169. That means an average of 169 of you hang out during my shows. And over the last 60 days, 1 million plus minutes. That's huge. So thank you guys for that. You guys own that metric. That's not me. That's you guys. That is your metric. I'm confident. I'm confident the Twitch partnership is going to go through. I'm confident. Didn't see you were live. No wonder you were busy. Yeah, I was just talking about you. Zetrix. Zetrix is sending me all the stuff. Sending me all these website changes. This website looks amazing today. We'll show it off after the show. I get to add those things. So good job. Everyone give Zetrix a good job. Yeah, that's right. Little round of applause, little appreciation for Zetrix. I took my bad 1990s website and brought it into the modern era. I did want to grab, you guys know that I keep this question box, 1920s, get out of here. I keep this question box on my channel. I am trying to make sure that we get the questions answered. I'm also going to try to start clipping the questions. So at the bottom, there's an Ashes of Creation questions in case you ask a question and I'm not here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do question box as a stream marker, and then I'm going to hopefully go back and clip it later. But somebody said, could some servers in the same region time zone have different prime times? Example, 3 West Coast servers with a 5 p.m., a 7 p.m., and a 9 p.m. starting prime time. And the answer to that is no. You're not going to have different prime times in the same regional area because they're already doing the regional area to accommodate for the prime time. Now, I know a lot of people say, well, one size fits all doesn't fit all when it comes to MMORPG or MOPEG, timelines. But yeah, you're going to have the West Coast servers are going to have West Coast prime times. The East Coast servers are going to have East Coast prime times. I don't see them doing a shifting sliding scale. Now that they're publishing in Europe and they're publishing all around, you're going to see very definitive primetime windows. What I think might happen is that sieges might fall into a more narrow primetime window than like other things like guild wars, anything with objectives. I think you might see a big window like from here to here, and then a shorter window for sieges. Is this an Ashes of Question Q&A stream? You're confused. It is an Ashes of Creation Q&A stream with me. I've been doing these now for about 6 weeks. So yeah, if you've got a question about Ashes of Creation, you can go ahead and ask. I'm not a developer. I'm just one of their official content creators. It was kind of funny yesterday. I see a Mist here. I dropped it on a Mist's channel just as she said, well, Jahlon's not right 100% of the time. Jahlon is right 99% of the time. And I was like, the hell, what are you saying? I'm always right. There's a problem. Sometimes people run off with, well, Jahlon said, because they hear me talk about something. Unfortunately, they don't get the whole piece. Sometimes I'm talking about my, sometimes I'm talking about a perspective, a perception, an opinion, and somebody comes in here and they grabs it as gospel or fact and they run off with it. One of my viewers said that. I was just reading out loud. Oh, I didn't know that. See, I had literally missed. I literally got onto your channel when you were saying, Jahlon isn't right 100% of the time. He's right 99% of the time. I was like, hey, that's funny. I just got here. Once the game has been up and running a few months, all the major events will be offset to the point where there's always something interesting going on. No, that's not actually true. The events will happen inside of a prime time window. So the sieges will always happen inside, say, 3 to 11. Sieges won't be allowed to happen outside 3 to 11. Node sieges, castle sieges, node wars, if they have an objective, or guild wars, if they have an objective, will all happen in that prime time window. That's in order to make sure that you don't get, oh, you meant every day, not every day. Okay, then yes, you are absolutely right. On the sliding scale, things will be rolling on a sliding scale. There'll be a siege today, a siege tomorrow, a castle event. The only thing I do hope for is that I do hope for all 5 castle sieges, siege day is the same day. I really do hope that. I hope that the castle siege for the whole map is the same day. It would stop people from holding more than one castle, which I think is important. Let's see. I was reading about skills and weapons. Let me see if I got this correct. My skills will only come from my class. Let's say I'm a mage who is placing points in ice skill. Can I get a staff that will add +2 second freeze on a specific skill, but I won't get a new skill? So that is a very specific question, Kipnak. And I don't know what the passives on the weapons are going to be. It's possible that the weapons might add a freeze as a passive, but it's not going to be like Diablo where you're getting gear specifically tailored to certain skills. And a weapon may give you 1 or 2 abilities. They don't have that completely refined or dialed down yet. It is possible that the weapon will give an ability. It's possible the weapon will give passives. That also brings to rise the question of, can I put skill points into multiple weapons if I want to hot swap, and how's that going to work? And the answer to that is, I got to ask that question. The answer is, I don't know. I don't know how weapon hot swapping is going to work. So I did get a question over on my Discord about, I'd love some thought experiments on what might drive node wars. What might drive node wars is, goodbye. You don't get to post your referral code here. Guys, that's like the lowest form of human beings. You don't come into another creator's house and put up your paintings. This is my studio. If you want to link something useful, that's cool. But when you want to come along and you want to just like throw out your referral code in another creator's channel, that's you're banned, and that's by me, and I'm old, and I'm not going to figure out how to unban you, and my moderators can't unban, so get fucked. Anyway, I'd love some thought experiments on what might drive node wars. So node wars, a lot of things: revenge, anger, growth. So you've got, let's see, I don't really have a good picture for this, but you've got this this village over here over on the east, and say it's being blocked from growth by that town, that there's some difference. There's some, the town isn't apparent because the town exists inside of that red zone, but the town is close enough to the village that it's exerting its pie face. No, you can't grow. You can't grow because I'm a town and you're a village, and I'm going to keep you small. That village, the people in that village might say, you know what, the hell with it, and declare war on that town, so they can start disrupting the town and its businesses. You might get several different organizations to node war a single town in that group to make the city's area destabilize, cost them money, weaken them up prior to a siege. You keep them busy on a lot of fronts, and then they don't really know where the next target is. If I were to node war one town, and somebody else node wars another town, and somebody else node wars a village, and then somebody node wars the city direct, those mayors, unless they're really working together, they're going to start panicking. Oh, well, my stuff's under attack. I can't help you. My stuff's under attack. There's gonna come times where you have to sacrifice your own node for the betterment of the region, the immediate parent vassal chain, and then the castle region. A lot of people aren't thinking through to that. It also could become something as minor as one mayor gets a caravan stolen by people who live in the next node over and declares a war. I mean, keep in mind the mayor has the authority to declare that war. So, let's see. Do we know if there's an uptime limit for the dungeons when the node changes? No, we don't. I'm going to believe that if you're currently involved in a boss fight with a dungeon boss and the world dynamic changes and that boss would change, I don't think they're going to do something like where the boss fades out and respawns with his new skill sets. But we have no idea. We have no idea what would happen with a dungeon that's in progress, because remember, the dungeons are in process while the world is changing. It's not like the world changes at downtime. So it could be 12-12. It could be 12-12, and then the node starts its cycle change. You're expecting to get to boss 3, and you think he knows his mechanics. Well, you don't get there until 12-15. The node change happens, and all of a sudden you're looking at this boss, and he's like 6 feet taller. He's got a whole lot more hit points, and you're like, oh hell, that's not cool. But that's just how it's going to be. Shout out, Jahlon is not always right. That is true. I am not always right. I make mistakes. I am human. While I am usually able to provide a citation, some citations move, things change, links break. I don't always have an immediate citation. A lot of times things were said by, like, one thing we're looking for is where Jeff said that you're not going to store XP towards your leveling up on nodes. I can tell you Jeff said it. I can tell you he said it in an official live stream, so I can narrow down the pool of where to look, but that's all I can do. Let's see. Thanks for the stream. Did they mention if they planned underground nodes? Yes, nodes can be in the Underrealm. You are one of the few people to get unbanned. Yes, because you approached me and you were nice about it, and I actually went through the painstaking process to unban you. Guys, let's make Jay a fan guild. I'll be the GM. Mist, you don't have time to be the GM of a guild. You're in Checkmate, and you have a streaming career to get off the ground. I get that there are multiple node types, but what's stopping a group of PvPers from coming in and stomping things to get their way? Because it doesn't matter if they stomp things and get their way. Don't fight back. Keep in mind, PvPers are only effective as long as they're not taking a 300 to 400% XP loss. People have this fear of PvPers. What's a trip to the respawn? If I take a trip to the respawn and I get 10,000 negative XP, and when you die as corrupted, you get 40,000 negative XP, then go ahead and be a murder hobo for 3 hours and completely tank your character. PvP doesn't make right. In this instance, in Ashes of Creation, might doesn't make right. If you can't find people willing to fight back, then all of your might accounts for nothing. Okay, so the only time PvPers can directly take over a node politically is a military node. Now, does that mean PvPers can't come in and influence the region or the world greatly? No, they can. They can cripple a node, hold a node hostage, do a lot of things. And then you got to fight back, or you got to take it. Do we know if arenas are just for practice, or will they be used only for ladders? Both. Arenas are for practice. 1v1 mainly is for practice. There will be ladders for the arena. There will be titles, cosmetics, enchants, and augments that you get from your PvP season. So, but you can't get gear. You won't be getting gear outright from the arena. Do you think Steven will play his own game after launch? Yes. Would you want to join his server and mess with you? Would he want to join your server and mess with you? Steven will be wandering around through all of the servers. The part of that is Intrepid staff and the moderators are not allowed to be members of guilds. I don't like that. I still think that server 42, because Paradox or not, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, server 42 should have a warning on it. When you click your character, go to make your character on server 42, pop box. This is to let you know that you're joining a server that the developers play on as players. I understand. You make your character, pops that same box. Hey, just want to let you know you've designed and made a character on the server that the developers play on as players. Got it. Pick your class, go to join the server. Hey, last warning, and we don't want to get any complaints. Please type your character name in here to represent your signature that you understand you're joining a server where the developers and the moderators and the staff all play on. I think they should be able to play on a server as players. I think they should all have to be in the same guild, because then you're not pulling a Krolin feeding information to your old guildies. But no, I think they should be able to play. Let's see. Checkmate is a good guild. Yeah, I recommend Checkmate for European people. Go make Shaz's life miserable. Go get like 800 people to put in applications. The Underrealm is made of nodes, just like the surface. No difference, just tunnels and caverns. Yeah, pretty much. World PvP is there for when you need it, not to use as the go. There are plentiful of lawful PvP options. Yes, there are 8 meaningful PvP activities in Ashes of Creation. If you want to be a murder hobo, this is not the game for you. With that said, how would trebuchets work for an Underrealm node siege? The same way they would work anywhere else. I don't know why people seem to think that the Underrealm is a cave. I mean, this is the Underrealm. I mean, yes, there is a cavern, but this is the Underrealm from the Battle Royale. I mean, it's not like you're in a 5-foot cave. You know, so you'll be okay. You'll be okay. Oh, look at that. Well, I didn't see it, and I couldn't see the name. Somebody just subscribed. I'll get you in a second when that pops over to my activity feed. The thought ever came to your mind that you might be the leader of a guild and you absolutely hate some other guild? You spend a whole year fighting each other and you come to find out the other guild leader is Steven? I'm going to be honest. I don't think that's a possible. I don't think that's a possibility, to be honest. And here's why I don't think that's a possibility. I don't think Steven could be a guild leader that would make me want to hate the other guild just because he doesn't run a toxic guild. I don't think you develop a hate for guilds that are doing better than you. I think you just develop I want to be them, I want to beat them, but I don't hate them. Like, you're going to say, yeah, I hate that this guild is beating me at everything, but you don't hate them. You're not like driven with like hate and rage. And sometimes, yes, I sometimes don't get the questions all directly in order. I sometimes, as I read, I grab one. I grab that one. I always try to double back. So, will you be able to server transfer? Nope. Test server should be developer server, in my opinion. No, I disagree with you there, because you don't want people playing on the test server as if it's a server. I don't think the test server should be up 24/7. I think the test server should come down. I think the test server should come down when you're not actively looking for new data on something. The problem with Arcade is there's people who live on their testing servers like it's a normal server, and then they got all bent out of shape when Gamigo didn't carry on the Tryon tradition of keeping it up all the time. And they're like, but all my housing. Yeah, well, you're not supposed to live there. If mods abuse, they will be detected sooner or later and would lose their access to play as a mod. The Discord mods can't even be in guilds. Discord mods have to not play in guilds. I imagine a lot of the volunteer mods will go away. I also imagine a lot of the volunteer mods will be sent away once they have active GMs. I don't think they're going to have unpaid staff members. So I think that once they start hiring on their active GM team and their community support team gets bigger, you will see the volunteer mods all go away. Volunteer mods are a great thing while your game is in development, while your server's in development, but really you want employees handling that function. Let's see. Best player in Checkmate can choose between a date with Shaz or a Mist once a month. Pick Shaz. Guys, just say no. A Mist. Don't pick on a Mist. I'll drop kick you. Will trebuchets and other siege equipment scale to the level of the node, or will a trebuchet do the same amount of damage to a level 3 wall as they would to a level 5 node? I have no idea how to answer that question because we don't have that level of details. But what I'm going to say is a level 3 wall wouldn't have the same number of hit points as a level 5 node. So I would hope that they would do the same level of damage, just the walls would have more. Blano, you're looking extra lean today. Keep up the good work. Hey, I appreciate that, guys. I don't even, what am I at now? 58 plus 7, 65 pounds. 65 pounds since we rolled over the 1st of September. Went for a run the other day. Yeah, doing good. If you won't be able to server transfer, how would there be any way to know if you're joining a high pop server if you're starting on release date? Because if you're starting on release date, all of the servers are going to be high population servers. Server transfers are the bane of health for MMORPGs. You should never be able to never be able to server transfer. I think the persistent server is a great idea. It gives people that have a 24-hour job chase to test whenever they can. Yeah, but you only put the persistent test server up for a period of time when you need to test. I'm not talking about the Alpha 2 server. I'm talking about the public test server when it goes live. So I'm not talking about Alpha 2 and persistent. Yes, you want Alpha 2 to be persistent, but you don't want the public test realm up all the time once the game goes live. I think they should do a public poll on if they should be allowed to play on servers as players. No, they shouldn't, because here's the thing. What does the public poll mean? Nothing. It's their policy. You don't govern by public opinion. You don't manage your business by public opinion. Depending on your business, you may weigh public opinion more, but no, having players playing on, having moderators play on regular servers is a disastrous idea. Just document EVE Online, Band of Brothers. Band of Brothers was a developer-run alliance that cheated, directly cheated and indirectly cheated, and it almost ruined EVE. On one server, yeah, because on one server, not all servers. Yeah, that's why my position was. I think that they should do server 42 and they can play as regular players on server 42. That's it. What was in the treasure chest? A $25 gift card, a $25 gift card, and a $10 gift card. I did send the $10 gift card. I did check for my two $25 gift cards. Steam hasn't unlocked the ability to gift it yet. Valve sometimes does 48 hours, sometimes 72. Since today is Friday, I don't believe I'll be able to give those gift cards out until Monday. Usually if you can't do it on Friday, you can't do it till Monday. Can you marry people in game? Can people you marry in game be able to modify the freehold? For example, the furniture, co-owning a house type of deal. So the ability for your family to modify your house is definitely doable, because Final Fantasy 14 does this. The problem is they would have to do they would either have to do the system where you acknowledge that people can steal your shit, or they'd have to do it where all the stuff drops into a house wardrobe, just like your cosmetics drop into a personal wardrobe, and that way people can't walk off with your furniture. The problem with giving people access to cool things is people often abuse it. So let's see. But yes, they said that people who co-own, well, you don't co-own a house. I own the house. I own the property. I just give you permissions to it. So you don't co-own. So server transfers are bad. Allows legions to ruin server after server. Yes, that's why there won't be server transfers. We need another community goal, or else we'll turn you into a fish with all the hydrates we'll be popping. Yeah, you could do that. But then if you use up all your points, then the next time I'm not going to give you guys 15 days for 750,000 points. Save your points. You're going to need them. I just didn't want to put one up today because I didn't know what to put in it. I kind of, what did I write? I wrote something about this. I don't have a new contest going. I need to think about something better than just gift cards. I'm thinking, guys, about putting a really big treasure chest up, and I'm thinking about putting a $75 gift card in it. I'm thinking about putting a $75 gift card in it so that I'll send it to you and you can buy beta, or you can't. You can spend it on whatever you want. I can't gift you I can't gift you a pack. If I could gift you a pack, I would gift you a pack, but I totally understand where the pay to win comes from. How many servers are there going to be per region? As many as they need. It's way too early. It's way too early for that. Assigned gizmo drawing? Yeah, you know, somebody wanted to send me something yesterday and I don't have a PO box. And I'm thinking that the Paradox Gaming Network needs to get a PO box. That way I can send tangible items because I have an address to send them from. The problem is not everybody wants to give up their address. I do want to get merchandise. It's sometimes easier for me to buy a bunch of merchandise and ship it. I have worked on the new coffee cup. This is the old coffee cup. This is a collector's edition. Myself, Frostpaw, and Steven have those coffee cups, and now they're no longer available. So there's 3 of them in the world. I am working on the new coffee cup. I am working on that. So I get you, but I meant, like, is there any way to be able to tell which servers will stay high pop? Are they worth keeping all servers high pop in some way? Would hate to join a server where the world is huge, but there's just not enough people in it after a few weeks or a few months. Okay, so the thing with that is Intrepid is doing a 5-to-1 ratio at first to ensure the populations stay good. So hold on one second. The cat toy turned on. So Intrepid is doing a 5-to-1 ratio. Now I think that ratio has to change. I think a 5-to-1 ratio, I think 50,000 accounts on a server with a 10,000 concurrent pop is ludicrous at launch. But I think that might be their plan, is to eventually load servers up to 50,000 accounts. That might even be too high with a prime time for each server. But Intrepid is the first company I've seen that's doing a primetime window that actually makes sense. ArcAge kind of did it, but that was only because they put all their events at static times. So I don't want to beat up on Intrepid too much about the 50,000 to 10,000 ratio. So plan to buy Voyager pack this month, but don't really want to pick a server if it makes you choose one to reserve the name. The name reservation thing is going to be delayed only because they're doing guild pre-registration in beta. Originally, they were going to allow you to pick your name around alpha, but then they either listened to the community. I've talked about it a ton. Star Wars The Old Republic did a great job of server pre-registration. So what you do is you take the entire Paradox guild, and on a website, everybody registers. On the website, everybody registers that they're going to be in the Paradox guild. And then as the guild leader, I go through and I click yes, yes, yes. Who the hell is this? No. Yes, 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 yes. No. And I basically tell Intrepid, yes, these are my people. So on launch day, they take that guild, they take that entire group, and they put them on this server. It's also possible for them to allow you to pre-register as a guild and pick your server. That's totally in the realm of doable. So what would happen is, if I don't care, my entire guild registers together. We all end up on one server together. We don't know what server we're going to be on until launch day. But even if that server gets locked, when you get home from work, you're not going to be kicking your monitor and throwing your keyboard because you can't join the server with your guild. You already have a pending create character on that server because you were pre-registered with your guild. They could also do what ESO does with the housing, that you can only pick up stuff you have placed. Yeah, that's true. But then the problem becomes is what if I want to rearrange a room? Then I have to get everybody to pick up all the stuff they've placed. Which artisan skill am I most interested in? The tree I'm most interested in gathering. I'm a born gatherer. I love gathering. I love gathering. Let's see. When do I presume Alpha 1 testing is ready for us? Depends on which us you're referring to. You're referring to Alpha 1 open everybody, then that'll be sometime this fall. I would assume not till November or December. Some people have asked me, hold on, the producer wants in. You know, you didn't visit me all morning, and then I start streaming. A lot of people were like, are you worried about Alpha 1 starting the weekend that you're going to Universal Studios? No, I am really not worried that, I do not think my Alpha 1 testing window is going to come up before 12 October. And I will be back from Universal before 12 October. Hi, internet famous. You come in, you make noise, you get to be famous. Hi. Hi. No? No famous? You gonna bite me? Don't bite me. They want to see you. They want to see the face. Come on. Come on. You're such a brat. You're gonna sit here and you make noise, but you're not gonna be seen. So in the fall, November, December. Let's see. Full hearing clerics shouldn't be able to be killed by 1 DPS class. But what about a cleric that has half their DPS and half healing spells and skills? A cleric that goes 50% DPS and 50% healing should be able to be killed by a DPS because you've spec'd yourself out of your lane and now you're now you've weakened yourself. So what I always say is that if you want perfect balance, 1v1, assuming equal player skill and equal gear, a damage dealer shouldn't be able to kill a healer shouldn't be able to kill a tank shouldn't be able to kill a damage dealer, and a healer and a tank shouldn't be able to kill each other. One-on-one. It should be a stalemate. Or it should be one of them dies and the other one has like 2 hit points left, and it's just who got the final hit in faster. I don't think somewhere along the line damage dealers got it in their head that they're allowed to kill one-on-one tanks and healers, and I'm like, well, where do you get that mentality? So no, I agree with you. Good evening. I've been lurking for a little while, and I was thinking about dropping $275 on game, but after the last episode, it seems like you were dubious that this is going to get released any time of this side of 2030. No, I think it's going to come out in 2022. To be honest, I think the release date is going to go something. I think the testing schedule is going, and this is my opinion. This is just my opinion. I think we're going to start Alpha 1, full on Alpha 1 testing in November. And we're going to go November through April minimum of Alpha 1. And then I think there'll be a timeout after Alpha 1. And they'll do like May, June, maybe July, where we're not testing anything because they've gotten all the data they need and they're building. And then I think sometime next fall, August, September, we'll start Alpha 2. And if everything goes well, that'll be buttoned up by December. I don't think they're going to have a very long... Once they get into Alpha 2, I think they're going to be poised that they don't need it forever. I think we'll have Beta 1 in January 2021, Beta 2 in February 2022, and then release in late March 2022. That's my complete wild-ass guess. What if I have a family but not a guild and I want to pre-register? Then just pre-register your family as a guild. That way you all get on the same server together. Are we going to have a class like in Lineage 2 that can scavenge mobs for extra loot? No idea if we're going to have that. Rogue sounds like it might do that. But it will be hard to balance the number of nodes, active players, and the number of accounts. Well, they don't have to balance nodes. Unless you mean servers. Nodes are an in-game thing. So, yes, there is a lot of account management they need to do. They need to do a lot. They need to do a lot of account management and where they're going to put people. Pre-registration sounds great, but what if you don't plan to start off with a guild? Then what are you worried about? Go to any server. Go to any server. It doesn't matter. They're not going to push out so many servers that the initial servers aren't going to have healthy populations. I mean, that's like having that concern is like, well, I want to go have a cheeseburger, but I'm worried that the cook is going to drop it on the floor. Well, at some point you have to hope that the person providing your service isn't a total idiot. Big, M71, subscribe with Prime. I appreciate that. Am I a dev? No, I'm an official content creator. I just know a ton about this game because I'm the Ashes 101 guy. Is beta? No, is pre-alpha. Will name reservation only apply to the release, or will it also apply to alpha beta testing? The release. You don't usually have your name reservation in alpha and beta. Boom, there's 2 primes. Can we get one more Twitch prime? Can we reach into Jeff Bezos' pocket one more time? Because I love reaching into Bezos' pocket. Let's see. You guys have run me out of questions already. You guys are amazing. So there's a couple of things I can do. I have stuff. I always have stuff. Or I can drop in a New World. For those of you that haven't seen New World, we can drop in there for a little bit. Drop in there. Ren. Man, I need pronunciation guides. So I can do either. We can do more questions. I did say I would drop into New World today. Maybe I'll do that. Let's get that going. More questions? We can do questions. I'm not going to change the stream title. We're gonna take a look at New World from inside here. Let me make sure turn this. Oh, there we go. Let's do New World and push for Twitch partner. Yes, guys, that is the goal for today. Heaven Dark Gaming. Cool name. I like that. Uh-oh. Choo choo, baby. Choo choo. We are on a hype train. Taverns. I'm working on the tavern video, actually. Is the Extra Life event confirmed? If so, does it have a date? It is 7 November for the date. It is confirmed that Intrepid will be doing Extra Life. They have not registered their team yet. So since they haven't registered their team yet, there's not much I can do. Are social organizations merit-based like religion? How do you rise in the organizations? That is a great question. No idea. They have given us almost no information on social organizations. All we know is you can rise and rank in them. That's really it. What is the expected maximum size for a guild? 300 is the size of a guild if you take all guild size increases and no guild buff increases. For Ashes of Creation hybrid combat, do you... Get the crap out of me. For Ashes of Creation hybrid combat, do you prefer the toggle they showed, or instead having some abilities always be tab and others be action? Some abilities are always tab and some are always action. I think a lot of people misunderstood what Steven was doing the other day. When Steven dropped into that, when Steven hit Z and dropped into that ability, not all of his abilities became action or tab. The abilities themselves do remain action or tab. So you need to, for example, the what he said was when you're in action combat mode, you move your cursor over somebody, you hit the right mouse button on them, that's going to tab target lock them, but you're still going to have to tab lock them and then use the tab key abilities. Apparently New World doesn't like there we go. Let me make this a little smaller. Yeah, there we go. A lot smaller. Yeah, up to 75% will be action or tab. All right, guys. So here we go. Here's a little New World. Now I'm going to keep grabbing your questions as we go. I just want you guys to see this. We're probably not going to get very far in New World if I keep getting all the questions, but that's cool. Actually, let me... Oh, another person following. Followers are great, guys. I'm doing that Twitch partner push today, so if you're not following, you should be. Let's see. Let me shrink that up. Well, I don't need that at all. That can go over there for a while. There we go. Are node sieges also limited to 250 versus 250? No, Node sieges have no limits on them. Let's see. Do you think they'll give us the option to enter voice on our text channels? Would be fantastic to have in-game voice support in text channels. I honestly don't care for Discord as much as having it all in-game seamlessly. No, they're not doing that. They're not doing that because honestly, while you don't like Discord, the majority of players don't want VoIP. The majority of people don't want VoIP, and I will have VoIP turned off because I don't need ASMR kids. I don't need people screaming in my ears. I don't need any of that crap. I won't have in-game voice turned on. I'll have it disabled. Honestly, if somebody doesn't want to join Discord, that's cool. I'm not going to tell you you have to join Discord. But if you want to be in my group, you got to be on Discord. And we're probably going to have a TeamSpeak. And I know some people are like, well, I don't want to be on TeamSpeak. Be like, that's cool. You can be in at the Ashes 101 guild. You can be in the social guild. You can be in the casual guild, because you can't simultaneously tell me that you want to be hardcore and you don't want to join the TeamSpeak, because TeamSpeak is so much better than Discord for large fights. So I understand your preference. You don't want to have to use a third-party program. However, I don't want to see Intrepid waste a bunch of time, effort, energy, and manpower to do proximity chat, VoIP, proximity chat in game that people aren't going to use. So, could you see with stable servers and notable progression in A1 bringing in waves of the A2 people earlier than you predicted? No. People have got to get this through their head as well. I need you all to get this through your head. Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 are not about just stress testing the servers. They have to have the Alpha 2 content ready before they bring in the Alpha 2 people. When they make the transition between Alpha 1 and Alpha 2, there are demonstrative changes that need to be in place. Nodes have to be able to go to level 6. Classes have to be available. Level 50 has to be available. Lots of things need to be available. So you're not just going to be like, oh, the servers are stable, let's invite the Alpha 2 people. No, because the Alpha 2 people are expecting Alpha 2. New World has a great backbone. Yeah, we're going to check that out. I'm wondering if they'll converge to either tab or action in the end. If they do, it'll be tab. Abandoning the other, most likely tab target. No, they won't. They will be tab target. Here's the thing, guys. There is 0.0% chance Ashes of Creation becomes an action combat game. That will not happen. It won't happen for a lot of reasons. The biggest is that Steven would have to basically refund everybody that wants a refund. Steven has said outright, the fallback plan is tab target. If action tab hybrid doesn't work, the fallback plan is tab. He couldn't, in good faith, now turn around and say, oh, just kidding, I'm going to do action instead. You can only have one character in this world group. I understand. This testing ends in like 11 hours. Okay, this is looking pretty good. This looks pretty good. Where's my mouse? I didn't see this before. Let's see. I'm gonna get to your question about the wiki in 1 second. I'm just interested. This is looking pretty good. Nice CGI here. This is clean. Pretty good.
Tell me, have you witnessed their power? I have. We've all heard the legends. Every child has heard the legends of the cursed sea. The stories of ships vanishing without a trace. How many have been lost over the years?
Pretty good.
Dismissed as fantasy. The nobles, the church, they all knew the truth.
This is my first time playing through in the preview event.
There was growing something terrible.
I don't recall seeing this before.
The threat grows once more as the bourgeoisie slumber. Your ship is stocked and your crew assembled. We can pretend no longer.
This actually gives a little bit of flavor to the game.
The veil will surely fall, and all will be lost to madness and ruin. This corruption must be stopped.
Okay, I'm you know, I'm a little excited. You know, I know some of you guys are throwing the 3 of 10 out there, but I'm definitely gonna say from what I've seen, I rate games on 4 things: graphics, audio, immersion, and ease of gameplay. And definitely, if I wasn't streaming this, I would be sitting down, like, way more interested. Let me see. As far as the wiki, am I familiar with it? Yes. Do I trust the info on it? Yes. How accurate do I find it? I find it 100% accurate because they cite every single thing on the wiki. I work with the wiki team. I don't work. I mean, I'm a curator at the wiki, but I generally tend to break it more than I fix it. Wow. The colors don't seem to match. Like, oh, because this isn't the skin tone one. This is the face one. There we go. Nice pale. Pale. Pasty white like me. Go back down. Be pasty white. Let's see. How big do I want to make Paradox for Ashes of Creation? I don't know yet. I need to see the guild buffs. I need to see the guild buffs before I can make that decision. Since mobs are not dropping gold, how will gold be gained through the certificates dropped or build up a node? So mobs don't drop gold. Mobs drop, like, deer drop antlers and wolves drop pelts, and you take those to the game warden and he gives you gold for them. So that's how they handle that. So those become a commodity. The farther you take those away, the more gold you get for them. You don't want to hear my oh, we got a level 3 hype train. Look at that. What did we get? We got the hype car. Vroom vroom, guys. Vroom vroom. I don't want to hear people chewing Cheetos into their open mic. No. Do we think the servers will be able to handle, say, an 800 versus 800 Metro Siege? I know Steven talks about his planet-side developers, but still seems like servers would have a hard time handling that many combatants. For all the people that think that Ashes of Creation won't be able to handle 800 versus 800, my question is, why do you think all 800 people are going to be on one side of the metro, all trying to come in the front gate? I mean, I'm not attacking the front door. I'm coming in the back. So if you don't move some of your defenders to the back, I guess I'm going to have a really quick roll in to the front door or to the back door, right to the flag room, and do my channel. People are so used to, when you talk about big fights, they're all used to having 800 people in one place. They can do a lot of things where they split you up on different sides of the metropolis. Remember, the metropolis is going to be kilometers large in dimension. So you can have different sides of the the metros are going to have different instances for different parts of them. It's going to be seamless transition between them, but you're not going to have everybody standing on the same spot. So that's how it's going to work. Way too many resources to build a good voice over internet out. Yeah, exactly. It's time, effort, energy, and resources that I don't think they need to do, since Discord is going to do it better anyway. Is there going to be a way to stop guilds from having a 300-man main guild and then 25-man cap guilds with max benefits that you switch to when you do a raid? Yeah, they're probably going to have a guild cooldown period. That solves that really simple, and you just make that 1 or 2 days. If you make it so it's 1 or 2 days on your guild swap, you don't have that problem. VoIP would also make a lot of work with racist and discriminating speak over voice, which is hard to moderate. Yes, exactly. Because are you going to keep a record of everybody's proximity chat and what they said? So, yeah. Saying hi, I really make. Oh, somebody said thanks for the answers. Easiest sub ever. Hey, I appreciate that. That's what you're here for, right? I rarely make it to your streams, but I love your work. Keep it up. That means a lot to me. This is my first time for this test. This is the first time I've made it to this test. Wouldn't the same principle for refunding people apply to ditching action for tab? No. Dirty Rotten Scalawag, they have never said the game is going to be an action combat game. They have always said it is going to be a hybrid game. So as long as they have those hybrid-y features, they have always said they are going to do their best to make the tab hybrid work, but they have never promised to deliver on the action side. They have always, from the very beginning, said, if the hybrid doesn't work, we're going to flat tab. New World would be a good game while we wait for AOC. I don't know. That's what I kind of want to look at. This is inappropriate for the period. I mean, it's a good hairstyle. We can do a Picard. I can't rotate. Oh, that's kind of non-intuitive, but it's on the screen. I can do a Picard. Oh, that kind of looks like Jay. That kind of looks like Chibi. Kind of looks like Chibi. I kind of like it. Let's see. How much interplay between the artisan classes are we going to see? I mean that an alchemist can make weapon oils that a weaponsmith can use to add buff stats to a weapon they craft. Yeah, we don't know. We have almost no information on the artisan system and what they make and how they interplay. But we do know that there is going to be interplay in the artisan system because they don't want you to be self-sufficient. You want a female Picard? Yeah, you know. Boom. Chode Sanders. Hi, Chode Sanders. Facial hair. No, we gotta be clean shaven. Let's see. You digest the info from the wiki obsessively. That's great news. Just keep in mind that everything on the wiki is factually true. You just have to remember that some things have been updated, but we don't have a quote for it. Nothing will drop gold or animals won't drop gold. Animals will not drop gold. Animals will not drop gold. Let's see. You'll enjoy new role for at least 2 more weeks. I don't know if you mean new role or new world. About time I subbed. I've been a lurker for a long time. Hey man, lurking is fine. Lurking helps me get the numbers. So now I want to look at New World, and I want to look at a lot of things about New World. And the first thing is the character creator. And I will answer the questions as they pop in, guys. I just want to look at New World today because a lot of people think there's Ashes flavor stuff in New World. This character creator. I don't have a problem with this level of creativity. I know a lot of people are like, well, where are the bars? And where is the like deep customization? I'm gonna be honest. I don't necessarily think that we need the level of customization that Intrepid is trying to deliver us. Again, I understand people want to be able to make the character look exactly like them. With that said, however, how many people just blow through character creation just so they can start the game? It is a most I run into the default appearance characters in games so often. It's like they literally spent 1 second. They literally spent 1 second on the character creator. They picked the default and they ran with it because some people don't care. I know some people do care. Do I think we need BDO level? I don't think we need BDO level. I think we need Arcage level. Arcage, I think, was a good character creator. Repost. Does the animal husbandry interact with the battle pet system? Wiki focuses on mounts and mount breeding. The reason why the wiki focuses on mounts and mount breeding is those are the citations we have. We don't have citations, deep dive citations on the battle pet system. So remember, when looking for your information about Ashes of Creation, The wiki is an encyclopedia. If Steven hasn't said X, they don't have X as a citation. So that's just how that works. A lot of times you can take things in inferences that Steven has said, but like I know the animal husbandry system involves battle pets as well because Steven has said it and like passing, but because the wiki doesn't have that exact quote, then they can't use it. There's people are like, well, the wiki's incomplete. Yes, the wiki has 1,337 pages on it. They have over 9,000 different articles and stuff. But that doesn't mean they have absolutely everything. If you find something, a quote that the wiki doesn't have, just get it to Lex or one of the staff members. They'll get it updated. Keep in mind the best way to support the stream is through engaging in chat, lurking in the channel, watching the YouTube videos, and giving likes, subs, and comments on YouTube. Yes. Money is great, but grassroots organization support is what I need. Well, I need your feedback, first of all. If I'm not making a good product, like I listened to the audio for the last couple of streams since the audio guy fixed my mic, and then I listened to stuff before that, and now I can hear the difference. Now I can definitely hear the difference. So they said they were going to try to get us the character creator ahead of time so we can save our characters and still get on a launch quickly. I'm excited for that. Yes, I agree 100%. 100%. I love the fact that we had the Final Fantasy 14 character creator in advance. That's not a repost. I answered that. I answered that question. I'll answer it again. How much interplay between the artisan classes would I like to see? I mean, there's going to be some. I hate when they do too much. I hate when weaponsmiths need items from the alchemists because then you're not self-sufficient, and you're not self-sufficient down, you're self-sufficient across. If it's only going to add buffs or stats to the weapons they craft, then the weaponsmith doesn't need it. The purchaser needs it. I think that each supply chain, hold on, let me take this a step back. I think you either need to have a very, very, very detailed supply chain that is like almost a game inside the game, or you need to make it simple. You need to make it either or. This is not Ashes, no kidding. That's why it says in the description, we're going to talk Ashes, going to play some New World. That's why we're talking Ashes of Creation. I'm just showing off New Worlds. We were talking the character creator, and I'm still taking the questions. Do you know if Steven actually funded this with his own money, or did he fund privately other investors? Okay, let's talk about that. If Steven takes a loan and he has collateral, Steven still funded it. If you're not mad, why did you type in all caps? A lot of people got all bent out of shape and they're like, I demand to know the way Steven financed this. Shut the fuck up. It's none of your business, okay? It's none of your business. If Steven takes a $2 million loan out against his own personal capital, I don't know about you guys, but banks aren't in the habit of giving people $2 million loans without collateral. So when it comes to business startup loans, someone has to give collateral to the bank. Steven has the money. Steven has the level of money that when he says he's pledging $30 million to $40 million to Ashes of Creation, he has that kind of money. Do I know if Steven funded this with his own money? Well, yeah, he went $2 million into it to get the studio off the ground. How he did the rest of the money, I have no idea. It's none of my business. This is a bit of a weird question, but what's your chair? Comfy, looking to buy a new office chair and not a gaming one. Did I not put my chair in my blacksmith? I think I put my chair in my Amazon blacksmith. The only flaw I have with this chair is that when you move, there's a little bit of a click, but it's a lot quieter than my other one. How do you feel season lengths being set at 1 week? I hate it. I think it's too short, but I also understand that any longer and you're actually playing a real game. How am I liking New World? Right now I've gotten as far as the character creator. In your video on YouTube, you made it seem like you could master more than one crafting profession. Yes, you can. Didn't make it seem like that. I outright said that. If you pick to become a master crafter, is that the case? Or can you still only become a master of one profession? Professions are inside of a branch on the artisan system. So here's the artisan system. Hold on, let's move this down below the pictures. So here's the artisan system. You can master the green side, the silver side, or the gold side. You master a side of the pyramid, of the triangle. You can master multiple things inside of that side, but you can only master things from one side. So you can be a master crafter in 3 things. In fact, I am 100% certain that in that video I talked about mastering 3 things in crafting. When a node or freehold is destroyed, is there any way to keep some of your goods to remain safe? Yes, your armor, your weapons, your finished goods, your decor items, and your furnishing all get returned to you. Your gatherables and your processed goods all get destroyed. If AOC has spell collision, which cleric spells have the same limits as mage spells? Yes. Let me ask you this. If he has all the money in the world, why all the things they release cost hundreds of euros? Every month they realize some new cosmetics and they're always promoting us to buy it. That's an unfair statement. And no, they're not shoving it down your throat. Game is not even released. I'm sorry. Usually I encourage people to have freedom of speech, but on that one, that's total bullshit. The creative director of the company on many occasions, including on his AMA, has outright said, don't buy anything. He has the money in the world. Why do they release things that cost hundreds of euros? Because it's almost like MMORPGs take millions of dollars to make, in the magnitude of $50 to $100 million. Intrepid, of course, can make a better game with more money. So Steven's pledging up to $40 million. They've raised at least 12. Guess what? That's $52 million. How good of an MMO do you want? When you say they're shoving them down your throat, that is basically bullshit. Because Steven has said, if you're not convinced, don't buy anything. Nothing in any of those pre-order packages is required to play the game. The only barrier to entry for Ashes of Creation is $15 when the game goes live. If you don't want to spend hundreds of euros, don't spend hundreds of euros. Where's the problem? They are creating cosmetics to help fund the project. You don't like them, don't buy them. But don't turn around and say, I should be allowed to buy them and they're too expensive and da-da-da-da-da. Well, you get what you pay for. If you want them, buy them. If you want to alpha test and you want to beta test, cough up the euros, cough up the dollars. If you don't want to do those things, then don't. Back to the character creator. I swear we're gonna get into game. So I think this is okay. I mean, I don't think I need sliders for everything. I'm okay. I thought the game was buy to play. With a sub. Ashes of Creation isn't buy to play. Ashes of Creation is a monthly sub. You have a point. I'm just protective since I've been burned by other companies. I mean, if you've been burned by other companies and you're protective, that's cool. I totally understand. Hey, my name's available. You cannot change your name or appearance after this point. Are you sure? Yes, let's go. I love the financial approach to this game. It's satisfying as a consumer to support the game and be incentivized to do so. Yes. Hey, that's me. Wow, the CGI work is pretty good. It's not the best CGI work I've ever seen. Do you have a guess about how likely it is that my 8-member party will be able to find a relatively quiet node right at launch and meaningful influence progression of the area? I mean, really easy. Ashes of Creation's world is really big, but 8-person isn't going to be able to support more than like a level 1 node. You're going to need help. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's talk about the other criteria I grade games on. So far, the graphics, good. The immersion, good. Even I'm distracted by you guys, but that's okay because I'm doing this. I definitely feel like I would have sat at my desk and been on the edge of my seat for what I've seen so far. So far, New World has me hooked. Now I am going to admit I have played the game before, but I'm viewing this on I'm viewing this on with fresh eyes because I haven't played this preview build. So with that said, graphically looks good. I mean, that's really good. I'm a little confused as to what happened to my clothes. Why is it clothes always get washed off of you while you're out at sea? Boots, I can understand. You got to kick off your boots to swim, but you know, like I had other clothes on. That's okay. We can live with that. I also find it odd, and just, you know, for my immersion, I kicked off my boots to swim to shore, but I brought with me my sword. Do you have any idea how hard it is to swim with a sword? Okay. This guy got to the coast with his armor on. All right, draw my weapon. Wow, that's a little odd. Oh, we have some problems with the Bose headset. I can't hear the audio in my collar. 1 second. Let's see. Yeah, this is a little disturbing. It could be there we go. That is one problem with these sound collars, is they are finicky. So I guess I'm gonna be doing this with no sound because it doesn't come through. New World needs a lot of work. Yeah, you guys can hear it. I can see the audio going to you guys. It's Southern Illinois. It's fall in Southern Illinois. So use ear trumpet for Windows. No, it's a problem with my sound collar. I had a problem with it the other day. I had to uninstall it, and now it's been stupid. It's this is a Bose wearable speaker. Really good thing for people that are deaf. But you can click on my Amazon Blacksmith if you want to know more about it. I'm not sending you there to buy it, just to click on it. Just because a lot of people ask me about it. I'm partially deaf, so noise reducing headphones. If you guys look at my early videos, which I'm trying to recut all of my videos, I'm like screaming at you guys, which is weird because this worked before. Hey, that guy just disappeared. Equip the food. Okay. Close your inventory. Consuming food and drink restores health. Okay. So, did you just chop that guy up into food? I know. It's like, it's horrible. How's the battery life on these? The battery life on these is 12 hours. All the time. It says it's 12 hours, but I can go all day. The nice part too is you can set it up to your phone, and so you can have two devices hooked up to it simultaneously. So if you get a phone call, it'll cut in on your audio. But I need to go back in and tweak it on Windows. I had to uninstall it because it was irritating me, and now I've got to mess around with it a little bit. But so let's talk New World, because I know a lot of people are looking at New World and they're saying New World and Ashes are competitors. Okay, number one, New World and Ashes are not competitors. Okay. This is still got a lot of its survival roots. All right, we've got a lot of our survival roots here. Settings, audio. That's a cool feature. The output configuration, but yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why I cannot hear it. Yeah, definitely. Oh, hold on. Can I? Let me see if. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to mess around my audio today with my headset. It's always something, guys. It's always something. I thought my headphones died the first time I heard whatever is making that sound. Yeah, it's my collar making the sound. But I'm not gonna judge them because that is on my that is on my end. So, as you can see, not a competitor for Ashes because it is going to be all action combat. That's right out of the box. Right out of the box. Gonna be all action combat. You cannot perform this action yet. Oh, because I gotta get through the shenanigans. Ashes will have active blocking. Ashes was going to have active blocking. However, they've sort of moved away from it. They've sort of moved away from that idea because active blocking works great in action games, but it doesn't really work well with tab games. So, this game 0 PvP, Ashes 100 PvP. This game has consensual PvP. You need to consent to PvP in this game. You can literally turn off PvP. A big part of this is a proof of concept for Lumberyard. So see, they have a whole bunch of things that like you find in like survival games. Crouch, run, jump, food. But they took away they took away the thirst and the food and the hunger thing. And if you don't have those things, it's not really a survival game. This is much harder to do without sound than it appears. Barely what they have, it's not good. No incentives, no reasons. The incentive for PvP are faction missions, but those missions should be instigating PvE, are just avoiding PvE, because if you die, you fail the mission. Yeah, exactly. They do have PvP sieges though, but I don't know what the incentives are for winning. Let's take a look here. I am gonna say the good things I see about the game. I did like this. I did like the weapon hierarchy when I played the last time. So you're gonna see, I'm gonna buy an ability. I commit a point and I get an ability. The abilities are automatically equipped, so you can only ever have 3 abilities at a time, and they're on Q, R, and F. Now, I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you guys. I like 1, 2, 3 for abilities, or I like Q, QRT. But I have a disabled left hand. My left hand, if you guys are new to my show, when they were installing my surgical anchor up here, they shattered my upper arm. My bicep tendon isn't even connected all the way around. It's in the back of my arm. It just can't be connected. It tore off. They've tried twice to reattach it. It doesn't, there's like, my arms are so thin that this is where's the scar? Right about here is where the surgical anchor needs to go. This whole part of my arm is like eggshelled, fractured. They have nowhere that they can drill the surgical anchor into. And so they told me this past April, they're like, we can start reconstructing your shoulder with like plates and screws and a rod. And I'm like, the fuck do I want any of that for? So I went to physical therapy on my hand. I've gotten use of, like, is it up here? No, it's on the shelf downstairs. If you guys have ever seen a guitar strengthening device, that's what I use to keep my left hand in good working order. So while I'm walking on my walks, when my hand starts to cramp up, it's the guitar tuning strengthening tool. That's what I use. I've gotten a lot of use of my left hand back. So, you know, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna have a plate and a screw. If you don't mind me saying what happened to you for all that damage, I was in combatives, which is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and the Air Force teaches its officers Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu 3 times in their career if they go to OT. I don't know if they do it at the academy, but if you go to OTS, you learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu 3 times in your life. Which is a total fucking waste because they start you on like the medium range stuff instead of starting you on like the really, really basics. Well, of course, when you're teaching people arm bars, an arm bar is really easy to hurt somebody with, and I got hurt because some idiot rolled at 110% instead of 60%. So he ended up fucking tearing on my arm and my shoulder and all that shit. So stupid people. Yeah, arm bars are brutal. There's a reason why when you're learning arm bars, the instructor will actually literally say, you're going for like 40% to 60%. No, this idiot fucking rolled me over and literally, it did what it's supposed to do. It damaged and ripped up the entire shoulder, but this is a lot harder to do without the sound. So. I will say the combat has gotten a little, it feels a little smoother. Let's see. There's no easier way to break someone's neck than a flying armbar. Yes. Yes. Did he get in trouble? I mean, no. I have sound. I have sound. Shaka when the wall fell. I have sound. No, I mean, I wasn't gonna like, you know, make an issue of it. Fucking, you know, I don't think the guy was maliciously trying to hurt me. I think he was just excited, man. It was young officer, first time they're doing anything like cool. I think he was just excited. Arm bars are inherently dangerous. There's a reason why you teach them, because they're very useful, but I don't know why in the hell they don't explain people that, like, if you're an officer and you're in a situation where you're applying an arm bar, shit has gone way wrong for you, okay? Believe it or not, the Air Force PT stands are a lot harder nowadays than most people give it credit for. Did they change it since 2016? Because if they haven't changed the PT standard since 2016, I'm gonna be honest, no, the Air Force PT standard is not hard. With the caveat that, let me roll that back, because a lot of people don't do their push-ups right. A lot of people don't do their push-ups right. So I do agree with you that the Air Force has upped their standard for enforcing the 90 degree on the push-ups. Most people don't do push-ups right at all. So when you're watching them do their push-ups, you're like, are you serious? This is your push-up? But the Air Force PT test that we had in the early 2000s, I used to pass that hungover. The Air Force PT test was so bad in the early 2000s that I didn't even have to do push-ups and sit-ups. I didn't have to do push-ups and sit-ups at all. Because they didn't have mandatory components until 2000. Can I do push-ups with my shoulder? No, that's part and parcel of why I'm retired. Part of the reason I'm retired is I was gonna be on a 2-component waiver, and they don't like having you on a 2-component waiver. I couldn't put body armor on. I couldn't open the door of a Humvee anymore. I couldn't deploy was really the problem. And my addiction to narcotic painkillers was a problem. So when you're chewing Percocet just to get through your duty day working at a desk, you've got a problem. So all right. So first thing I don't like, and it looks like it's new. I don't remember this because I don't remember marking this down. I don't like this big green idiot arrow over my quest giver. I'm gonna let this one slide because this might be getting me to the first guy. So far the graphics are good. The sound is good, even though I can't hear the sound. The immersion has been good. I've liked the story so far. And the ease of gameplay, pretty good. Ease of gameplay's been pretty good. Settings, audio. Where is... communication, voice chat mode, disabled. Oh, I have sound now. So there we go. There was a little bug. I couldn't get game sound while the voice chat mode was there. So perfect. Let's put our sword away. Graphics, graphics look good. Camp tier. Oh yes, I did like this feature of New World. All right. I did like this feature of New World that you can put camps out in the wilderness. We'll try to do that. I did like this. Okay, I did like this from a story perspective. You get these little stories all around the world. This is a level 0 node. No, this is New World. I'm just showing off New World while we're talking Ashes of Creation. This would be level 1. Yes, equivalently this would be... No, this actually wouldn't be level 1. This wouldn't be level 1. This would be a starter camp in Ashes of Creation. This would be your starter zone. So I do like the little chapters. I do remember having fun with this, reading the chapters and then getting so irritated when I was playing this the first time, missing a page. That I will say they did really well, because I'm not just gonna sit here and call New World a crap game across the board. I'm gonna tell you all the things that I like, all the things I didn't like, and one of the things I really, really liked was these stories, these diaries, and these chapters. So I did like that. I will say I don't like the idiot light right here. This big green idiot light. I don't like that. This is a surprise. I did not see many of the living washing up on this beach. Were you caught out in that strange red storm earlier? Seems the number of the drowned will increase yet again. Looks like you have lost everything but your blade and that box there. Here I have a spare set of boots that may fit you. I always feel better about facing the day with my boots on. Yes, because we all start off the day with our boots. Boots. I would not normally ask something from someone freshly crawled up from the surf like you. Hold up a second. You normally wouldn't ask something from someone freshly crawled up on the surf like you? If there's a lot of people rolling up on the surf, shouldn't you have like maybe scout parties out there? Shouldn't somebody have met me on the beach? Come on. Those undying bastards have started to push up to the beach, and it's my duty to push them back. Yes, one dude. Classic MMO. Mopeg. Classic Mopeg. While I take care of them here, I need you to clear out the next wave around Duncan's docket. Here, I'll mark it on your map. Be cautious with the drowned. They may be sluggish, but I've seen them band together and tear apart plenty of overconfident fools. That idiot light needs to be 10 times bigger and pulsing, maybe glitter and lighting, just in case the gamer is 99% blind. Okay. Now, again, guys, I know this is gonna sound persnickety. But why is tab my inventory if I is my inventory? Aren't we all programmed to just use I as our inventory? Weapon. I have multiple weapons. Cool. Let's do this, boys. I got boots. Now, I do like, if you guys see at the top of the screen, I do like it when they do, yes, this is New World. I do like it when they do this sort of navigation thing on the top. I really do like this. This is better than a little mini map. You got to give people a way to navigate, but I don't want this to say 162 meters. And I know this is particular of me. I want this to just be like that direction. Tab is best. You know what the problem is that I fall when I get tired playing action games. If tab is bound to inventory, then I'm gonna hit tab. Like this happens in combat or just before combat because I'm like, oh, it's time to go fight something, tab. Now I am gonna say part of the ambiance of the game right now is being ruined because in order for the room to not be dark, I have that panel light there. I would not be playing this game with all these bright ass lights on. I don't want to knock the graphics because it's my situation that's causing this. I think the background graphics look good. B for backpack. Backpack. Now, I will say, I remember the combat wasn't amazing. I do like that we get weapon-specific mastery, though. I do like that. So, this is good. Little things, guys, we're not really playing the game to play the game. We're taking a look. The terrain looks nice. You know, the flowers, the sand, the rocks. I mean, we're grading it on everything. The details on the boats and the assets. I mean, I think they've done a good job with Lumberyard. I think they've done a good job. He just pulled the Achilles jump attack on me. So I do like that. Upgrade available. Attribute 1 point. Well, what do we always do? Maximum health. Because strength, dexterity, intelligence, focus, and constitution. Now, I will tell you guys, one thing I don't like about New World is they're trying to call it an MMORPG, but it's not because there's no roles. There's no roles. Everybody can get the weapons they need to do every role. Hello. Hi. So strength increases the damages of most melee weapons. Dex is ranged weapons and some melee weapons. I hate that. Increases damage of magic attacks. I hate when they split melee weapon damage between two types. But as you can see, I get 3 points. I get 3 points of weapon damage for 1 strength point, and I'm gonna get another 70 health for my next constitution. So yeah. The enemy nameplates health bars look cheap and out of place, which is weird because I really like the escape menus, reminds me of Witcher. I didn't look up dex because I don't have a dex space weapon yet. Oh yeah, and then don't forget I have my ability now. I have my That's kind of a cool ability. But now you look at how long the global cooldown is. The global cooldown is 15 seconds. Health might look more valuable, but unless you do PvP, you should focus on damage. Yeah, I probably should, knowing a little bit of what I know. But I also know that the way I usually play games is I like to have a couple of points in health, and then I start doing damage. Auto attacking, not auto attacking. You're going to be doing your manual attacking. So, and this manual attacking is going to be like what Ashes has. That left mouse button, that's going to be very much like what Ashes has for your filler attacks. Can you parry, block, and dodge? You can. What in the hell is dodging locked at character creation again, and you get told how to dodge later? Because I remember I had dodge bound to my mouse button. I just don't remember. It's it's spacebar. That's right. Thank you. So you can do 3 sushi rolls. Thank you. Do the filler attacks happen automatically in Ashes when you are in tab target? No. When you're in tab target, you still have the left mouse button for them. So, can you parry, dodge, and dock? You can manual dodge, and then or manual block, I should say, and then you can sushi roll. You're not gonna be sushi rolling in Ashes. You're not gonna be sushi rolling in Ashes. They want to move dodge into the skill sets, not as an iframe dodge roll. But now we get the usual standard, like, you went and killed 3 things, go do this for me, by the way, I'm gonna give you a bow. And then it's, now that we have a bit of breathing room, because I went and killed 3 things, we have a breathing room. I can introduce myself properly. Down. First though, tools. You never want to be without tools. Especially not a skinning knife. Go and collect some flint from the beach and wood from the bushes and make use of my fire to make a skinning knife. Okay. So we're gonna go down to the beach again. Do you know if Ashes will have turret style pets? No, because there's no black powder. So you're not going to be having it. There's no engineering. It's high fantasy, not steampunk. All right, so I got flint. Now they want me to find wood. See, there's wood right here. Can I can, see? Wood. Bush. Intuitive. I like it. That sucks, having to spam left click for 10 minutes during a boss fight. Yeah. What? There are guns, muskets, and gunpowder? No, we're talking Ashes of Creation. In New World, there is muskets, and I love the musket. Will Ashes have voice acting, or do we have to read like this? You have to read. Voice acting is very expensive. 4K monitor and 3900 in my future. Hey, NVIDIA, I need a 3090. Hey, people that want to sell their products. I'm an up-and-coming streamer, and I really need gear. I wanted to tell you guys, I applied to the Elgato partner program, and I actually told them, I was like, hey, I don't want anything for free from you. I just want to be able to buy your shit. It's like when you have it in stock, let me know. I got the, no, goodbye, get lost, fuck off. I got the fuck off letter. But they were nice enough to give me a 15% off coupon. Thanks, guys. I really want to talk to the person who does their marketing, and I want to be like, you just said apply, but you didn't give any criteria. And so I thought, you know, almost 15,000 people on YouTube. We're getting there. Oh, hold on. We're getting there. 6,000 subscribers on 6,000 subscribers on or followers on Twitch. We're getting there. They're like, no, go away. Have you seen the Discord partner rejection letters? It's actually so insulting. Yeah, I don't know. You guys, I'm gonna be honest. I did marketing 22 years ago when it actually like mattered. Like I used to travel to my clients and face to face and take them out to lunch. I think people have lost some of that. some of that je ne sais quoi of marketing. That thing I do not know what it is, but I mean, I can tell you what it is. It's being a decent human being. All right, so let's look at the crafting system. Craft. All right, they haven't improved it at all. That's bad. We're gonna make a skinning knife. All right, this is just bad. This is just a bad system. So I do not like this system. This is just everything thrown together. Weapons, ammos, like, I as a player, I don't know, is this all I can make? Like, introduce me to the menu the proper way. Because this to me right here, this looks to me like a survival game. I still don't know that I'm not playing a survival game. Because you know what I'm saying? Steven was playing tank in the last video. Yeah, is this a first person survival game? I don't know. Do you think Dr. Squash would be an awesome sponsor? I think so too. I would use their products in a heartbeat. In fact, I'm thinking about buying their toothpaste, actually. But yeah, I don't, like, not available, not available, not available, not available. Why is it not available? Is it not available because I can't make it at this crafting station, or do I need to learn something? So you're trying to introduce me to the game, but you didn't really introduce me to the game that well. Let's keep playing. Let's see how the tutorial goes. So some stuff happened. I heard some sounds, but I don't know what happened. This screen tells me nothing. I do not know what the hell did I just do. Okay. Click anywhere, continue to craft. Okay. Okay, so I can go back to the crafting menu, but I don't want to. I want to go now to this idiot light that is bigger than the guy. That is fine work there. You have a bit of an eye for this, and knowing how to make tools in the field is a useful skill to have. Once you get into the wilds, there is no one to rely on but yourself. You have to make sure you will never be caught unprepared, because out here, being unprepared is how you die. Why did that person just roll up into my scene? Okay. Now, how about we test it out on some of the boars around here who have been causing so many problems? Okay. I will do that. And you will give me 600 XP and 16.8 coins. And I will level again. This is another thing I hate. This is another thing I hate. I hate leveling this fast through the levels. This is literally the level. This is literally the level revolving door. Shouldn't my expectations be a little lower because this is still pre-release? No, it shouldn't, because this is a preview event. This is the alpha preview event. So that's what we're doing. And so, yeah. Let's see. I get more points. So now now that I have, and I understand what people have said. I understand what people have said, that I should go strength. But as a player, as me, being a little older, a little slower, a little less reactionary, I like to have an extra 2 points in Constitution, give me some extra hit points, and now I'm gonna start building up my weapon skills. Oh, see, I don't have a ranged weapon. I can't tell you what it does for me. Oh, wait, I do. Hold on. I do. Oh, but I can't. Oh, we can put the bow in real quick. So I got 3 points for, I got 3 points on my bow damage. Or 3 points on my sword damage. And then if I do dexterity, I get 4 points on my bow damage. Okay. So, I should have just put that in a string. Stay with my sword. Stay with old reliable, baby. Give me a point. Commit the point. Here we go. Now again, I gotta go 280 meters to kill some boar. Kill some boar, hunt some orc, you know, it's all the same thing. I do like the fact, if you guys can see in the distance, there's a red thing. Okay, I like that. I like that. I want to know what it is. Okay, I want to know what the red thing is. So let's go find out what this red thing is. What's this red thing? I'm actually intrigued. I'm immersed. You guys, I'm actually immersed right now. So. And apparently somebody is nice enough to walk around and light all these torches for us. That's awful nice of them. Don't ruin my surprise, man. Don't ruin my surprise. Tree requires an axe. Don't have an axe. Gimli, where are you, Gimli? I need your axe. All right. Hunt for a boar. A boar! That boar didn't give a shit. He just walked away from me. Oh. See, and then he interrupted my ability. But yeah, chop choppy, right? Chop choppy? And we're gonna... Oh. What is this? What is this, man? We are still skinning. And we are still skinning. And still skinning. Cook a light ration from the health recovery category at Watcher Lynch's campfire. Alright, so you made me run for like a minute to go kill a boar, right? And now you want me to run right back. Okay. Couldn't you have just had the boar right there for me? You know? I'm not, like, this is not engaging gameplay. I am still interested, though, about my red light. Don't ruin my surprise. Everyone take a good look. This is how your possible future guildmaster will be in Ashes of Creation. Yes, it is. Hey, for Ashes of Creation, in terms of items or gear, how unique will they get? Like, someone may have one of the 5 swords on the server. Piggybacking, how unique will effects on gear be? A sword may cause double cast in daytime and Vera. That's probably not going to happen. That's getting kind of crazy. But yes, there are legendary uniques. Where in Ashes of Creation, there are legendary uniques. I think New World is a good console MMO, but an average PC MMO. I agree. You choose the Lungsboar path. There's one on the right behind the camp. But I went in the direction that it told me. That's what I'm saying. I went in the direction of my little idiot light, right? That's what we're supposed to do, right? That's what we're supposed to do. That's all we ever do. Oh, yeah, I've played this. I'm just starting it from a I'm starting it from the perspective of a new player. If you're complaining about running around, you haven't seen anything yet. I have. I've played this before. Oh, believe me, I know. I have felt that pain. I have played that game. I'm just doing this from a brand new perspective of, you know. You want me to make a light ration? Health recovery. Mana. Okay, so I'm at Watcher Lynch's. Okay. I'm at the camp tier. I'm going to craft. And oh, health recovery, light ration. Got it. Now we know what we're crafting. See, now we get confused again. It's like, well, now there's different tiers. So why are there different tiers here? So you're telling me that this game only has one tier of flint tools? Because I can't see the rest of them. But there's definitely other stuff I can make because I can see all these other tiers. You see what I'm saying? You guys picking up what I'm saying about the presentation? But we're gonna do this, and we made our light ration, and we're good, right? Oh, and there's the big green arrow. So we must be right. We must be good. Stop it. No. 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 Yes. This game is just bad. From full PvP changes to some PvE. PvE is all about kill and loot chests. And yeah, he wants a ration. Then still the same quest plus close corrupted rifts. That's all they have. Desync fights. Lazy Peon did another great review video that explains it very good on what's wrong. At least graphics and world design is on point. Sure. I don't disagree. Nothing beats the smell of fresh meat on an open fire. Am I right? It even covers up the smell of the drowned coming up from the water. Okay, so you just put me off my appetite. There's dead, bloated bodies in the water on the beach. And, you know, you want me to yummy eat my pig meat. Now, it doesn't seem like much, but both hunting and preparing your own food are important skills to have. Sure, you will never starve to death here, but there's... Okay, you will never starve to death here, so you've taken out the survival mechanic. But there's no better way to celebrate a victory than sit down for a nice feast. Say, you have a death grip on that box since you've arrived. Why is it so important? Nope, I've not heard of any Captain Thorpe. Okay, you have the box from the earlier video. Not only is this guy gonna give me 16.8 coins, he's gonna give me pants. Hey, Dick, if you had some pants and you gave me boots, I had to go kill a pig for you to get some pants. What a jerk. All right. So, as we can see, many things to do. Many things. So, let me get out of here, because we've taken our quick look. We've taken our quick look. So far, I think they have the baseline. I think they have the basis of a game. I think they have the basis of a game. I think they need a lot. I think it needs a lot more work. I think there needs to be a lot more muchness before New World is ready. You wanted to see me cut down a tree for 3 hours? I know, right? Let's see. In fairness, I think New World had a message today saying they were adding a lot more content before the next November test, which seems to be one of the biggest complaints about the current test. No, absolutely. 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 I wanted to do that little bit because so many people, how can I say this? Shitting on a game for the sake of shitting on a game gets you nowhere. Are there a lot of good things going on in New World? Sure. Tell them. Tell them all about it. You're gonna keep telling me. You tell them all about it. Oh, you don't want to tell them about it. No? I'll fight you. I'll fight you. So, are there a lot of good things going on in New World? Yeah, sure. That one is Sora. The gray one is Sora. The boys are Sora and Cloud, and the girls are Ziva and Abby. My wife was on a Kingdom Hearts kick when we got the boys, and then we were on an NCIS kick when we got the girls. I think New World is doing it wrong. AOC pulled a brilliant move, making the arena mode before continuing on to create more game on top of it. Wow, man, you threw me for a blast from the past. Your name is almost, you know. I think that New World has the core of a solid game there. I think they need to really sit down and think about what they're doing. I touched my face after I picked up my cat. Yeah, because I get his hair on my face, and then I go to brush it off, and then I stick more cat dander to my face. It's a horrible cycle. But I came prepared, guys. I came prepared. Brought a towel this time so I can get the cat dander off. They need to decide what they want New World to be. And here's why. One of the phrases Steven uses all the time that I think is really important, and it pisses people off. Okay, it pisses people off. People will completely rant and rave at Steven about some design decision that he's going to go with, and Steven will say, well, that's okay because Ashes isn't for everyone, and that's okay. The big thing is Steven isn't trying to please everybody. Steven knows what he wants his MMORPG to do. Steven knows what he wants in Ashes. And I'm not saying this in a way where he's like, well, I know what I want in my game and fuck the rest of you. I don't want your input. He definitely wants your input. But what he wants is he wants your input in a way that he says, I'm trying to go in this direction. What input do you have for me to go this direction? If you've been on my show before, you've heard the example I've said. If you have feedback for the local pizza shop, give them feedback like, hey, did you change your sausage because it got really spicy and my kids didn't like it? Did you make a change or something? Because sometimes owners don't realize. They appreciate that, giving out subs. A lot of times, you know, pizza shop doesn't realize that they changed sausage, or the vendor sent them something different, a replacement in kind, and it was just bad. Well, what you don't do is walk into the pizza shop and say, hey man, what you should do is start serving Chinese food. Because the owner is going to be like, well, fuck you, I'm a pizza shop. You should change to burgers. No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't make that change. He should disregard your input. Constructive criticism, like people said to me, hey man, your stream looks pretty ruggish. Your overlay doesn't look good. Your audio sounds bad. Okay. But when people are like, your audio sounds bad. Okay. What sounds bad about it? And they're like, well, it just sounds bad. Well, what the fuck do I tell the audio guy then? Be like, at this time point in this video, somebody said the audio sounds bad. Everyone now is kind of like, the only complaint I've gotten is it still sounds like you're in a room. Well, no shit. I'm in a room. I can't. He can't decide if he wants to lick himself or chase the laser light. People are like, it sounds like you're in a room. Well, yeah, no shit. I am in a room. I'm going to hang another curtain. So can we do this? I don't know if we can do this. So over there on my windows, I put noise reducing curtains on so that I can keep the outside sound coming in. Obviously, in an ideal world, I'd have enough money to just replace the windows. I would just replace the windows and put in like triple pane glass. And then I would, while I had the windows out, I would just blow in insulation into the two walls so outside noise doesn't come in. Okay, that you're talking multiple tens of thousands of dollars. Outside noise is going to happen. Okay. Am I on carpet? Yes. The room is carpeted. And then right back there in that open space between the corner bookshelf and that bookshelf, I'm putting in another bookshelf, and then I'm going to be hanging a painting. The Joker picture will go there. That'll help break up some of the sound. So they're little steps. But when people are like, well, your audio just sounds bad. Well, thanks, man. I already know that. When people were like, your video is lagging, I was like, okay, that I can look into. You sound fine to me, but I'm also half deaf. Take it for what it's worth. I know, all the half deaf people unite. Half deaf people are just happy they can hear me. The corruption system bad. Yeah, we get these conversations all the time. The corruption system's bad. Okay, well, what about it? And they're like, well, it's not fair because I can't be a murder hobo. Well, Steven's response is, that's cool. I don't want murder hobos in my game. I'm designing the game to not have murder hobos. I don't want PKing in the game. And so people are like, get those like 200 each foam cone things that mount to the wall. I'm actually gonna get the corner. If it continues to be a problem bouncing off the corners, especially this wall right here, I will get the corner sound protector. Little things though, little things. But it's like the corruption system. When you have to make a series of flowcharts this complicated, I'm willing to do it just because it shuts people up. Okay, I made this flowchart just because there's no more discussion. There's no more discussion. People want to be like, the game is unfair. I play this 32-second video for them. I said, show me where it's unfair. And then they can't. Does a PKer get anything for PKing? Yes. The PKer, while they don't get rewarded, they do get the drops, the gatherables, and the processed goods, a percentage of them that come out of the person they killed. Every time you die, you drop a percentage of your gatherables and your processed goods. You also get corruption. I'm starting to get PTSD every time we have to have this discussion. Yeah, man, believe me, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Can corrupted kill corrupted? Yep, and they don't get a penalty for it. I think it'd be awesome if in the sectors controlled by the players who do the battle royal to find the governor, then you don't suffer penalties for PvP. You mean in military nodes? The problem is that if you had no penalty for PvP in military nodes, no artisans would live in military nodes. Don't you think the Archage Honor system was a good reward for PKing? No, not at all. The Archage Honor system was absolutely fucking donkey ball stupid. That entire thing was stupid. There is very few things about Archage that changed over the years that was good. All they did was take a really good game and keep making it worse and worse. The honor system was one of those things. I saw there was quite the discussion on Discord on what would happen to nodes after sieges. Do you mind providing an overview of how a node is destroyed or de-leveled? Okay, so there's a couple of things that happen. First of all, node sieges are two sides of a coin. I love the coin example. Node sieges are two sides of a coin. There's only two outcomes. On your node siege, either you successfully defend your city, town, village, metropolis, and nothing happens, or you fail to defend your node and it gets destroyed and it's gone, period. A node can also atrophy to the point where it will either de-level or be destroyed. Intrepid sounds like they're going to make it destroyed just because it's easier. It's easier for all things involved. So, and I agree. I agree that it should just be destroyed. I actually brought it up to Steven. It was like, no shit, guys. It was like 5 paragraphs and like 2 pictures. I brought it up to Steven. I said, what would happen in this scenario? I gave him a very specific, detailed scenario. And this is why I respect Steven. I gave him about 5 paragraphs, 2 pictures, and I said, what's going to happen in this exact scenario? And instead of like dusting me off with a bullshit answer, because he knows I'm a dog with a bone, if you give me a bullshit answer to try to placate me, I'm just going to stick to it. He instead said, let me get back to you. And when he got back to me, it was, we may be making a change to that because there's, I mean, some points you bring up. Basically, it was what's going to happen if a node de-levels and then suddenly is in the middle of a bunch of other nodes that are the same level, but none of them are the parent node. And they came back with, yeah, we might not have nodes de-level due to atrophy. They may just be destroyed, because it also involves having to roll back a lot of features. I said, that's cool. That is community-driven discussion. That is not me saying this should happen. This is me looking at it from all angles and saying, hey, I think I see something you didn't see. Steven has never said that they are the smartest people. They're just the people. I feel like you should get something in return for PKing, because they are getting the penalty for PKing. Yes, you're getting the punishment for PKing because you're not supposed to PK. I don't know what is hard for people to understand about this. If you PK, the corruption is you being spanked. Simple. There are 8 meaningful PvP activities that you can take your time in. If you murder people that don't want to fight, you get corruption and you get no reward for being corrupted. There will never be a reward for being corrupted. There will never be a reward for being corrupted. Your reward is that you pick up a portion of their gatherables and their processed goods. That is the only tangible physical reward you get. You get a whole pile of negatives for that, and that's it. I mean, and let me just, there are usually not a lot of things where they're not open for discussion. Being rewarded for killing people is not open for discussion, period. It's simply not open for discussion. Yeah, I generally like the whole corruption idea, but the green is allowed to attack red still bothers me. That in King Fool, Steven has listened to my 2019 interview, and you're going to hear Steven say, I totally hear what you're saying. I want to test it my way first. No hardcore servers? No, because the game can't function in a hardcore mode. Anybody who says they want a hardcore server doesn't understand that the way the system works, that's bad for you, because you need Care Bears. You need PvEers on your server. PvEers build your world. PvPers want this hardcore server, and then I say to them, well, are you going to go mine the ore? Are you going to go chop the cheese? Care Bears still play on hardcore servers. No, they don't. Very rarely do Care Bears play on hardcore servers when given an option. If the only option is that they have to play in the hardcore server mode, then they're playing the game. They're not playing on a hardcore server. More often than not, when given the option, Care Bears will go play on a non-hardcore server. They will whine for the game to become PvE only. Yes, they will do that. But when given a choice, Care Bears will not play on a hardcore server. And that's pretty indicative by the fact that they are Care Bears. There's nothing wrong with Care Bears. I just prefer Care Bears that are willing to drop Fang and get in fight. Let's see. I haven't heard in the discussion yet how easy it is to deflag back to non-combatant. Do we have that information? It's about 5 minutes. If you're a purple and you want to deflag, it's about 5 minutes. Let's see. Okay, so I see someone in the field flagged for PvP, and I want to fight him too in the open world, right there. But what do we get in return for that PvP? Nothing, because that's not a meaningful PvP activity. What you get is, if you're flagged for PvP and they're flagged for PvP, there's no corruption. You get a part of what they drop, and you get no penalty. You only get corruption if you're purple and you kill a green. You only get more corruption if you're red and you kill a green. Guess what? Don't kill greens. But there's no reward for just random fighting. So pardon my ignorance. What is this? I mean, what is your relation to the studio? I am a official content creator for Ashes of Creation. I've been doing this Q&A series for about 5 weeks now. And people keep coming in, and they keep asking questions, and they keep having a good time with it. What a downside for attacking side in the siege in case of an unsuccessful capture. Mr. Bart, the downside for the attacking group in the siege is that they wasted a lot of time, effort, energy, and resources to build this the siege scroll, and they didn't get to pop open the node for the loot pinata. So they are limited in times I would PK. There are limited times I would PK, those times being high level area denial, but the advantage has to be high to out the cost of corruption. Oh, he smells food. They came home with food. There are going to be times that you're going to PK people, and the reason why is you want to keep them away from your boss, your world boss. So, yeah, there are going to be times that you kill people and get nothing tangible out of it. If people want a hardcore server, there should be a 1v1 arena and you lose your whole gear if you die. No, if there's a hardcore server, Kipnak, when you die, you lose your character. Restart. That's what a hardcore server should be. You die, you lose your character. You go back to level 1, naked. Nobody would play that. Frost. Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell? What was going on? Why did you want to be banned for timed out for 1 second? Can you log out for that 5 minutes? Yeah, probably. What is the definition of a hardcore player? Long play times or efficient short play times? Both. Hardcore isn't determined by their play time. Hardcore is determined by their play style. You can have people that no life the game for 18 hours a day, and they're not hardcore. They're just dedicated. It's a blend between. Oh, he didn't want to ignite a political conversation. Okay, you could have just trashed the comment. That's the trash can. Because now I can't see the other 18 things he said. But yeah, hardcore isn't determined by how many hours a day you play. It's determined by how you play for your time. Uh-oh. The Pentagon has ordered Stars and Stripes to shut down for no... yeah, I saw that. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. That's not political, man. Well, it's kind of political. Fuck that shit, man. Stars and Stripes isn't gonna make you a ton of money, but it's there for the military men and women, and it's there for the news. So yeah, I'm gonna look into that after the show. How can someone be prevented from just running away? Well, why should they be prevented from running away? Jahlon knows more about this game than most people, so he's equipped to answer questions. Yes, I am. Appreciate that, though. Where can I buy this beauty of a game? Ashesofcreation.com. You can buy this game at ashesofcreation.com. I will ask you, if you're going to sign up for the game, do me a favor, use my referral code. I do get 15% back on your purchases. Let's Intrepid know that I'm reaching all new people. I do appreciate all the people who've signed up through my referral code. Steven's going to do the monthly, go through the monthly thing. He's going to be like, Jahlon signed up how many people? Can I tell you more about the node vassal system? What do you want to know about the node vassal system? Because I can talk for hours about the node vassal system. I can talk for hours on it because I have made an entire website around the node vassal system. And I have a video on the vassal system. I actually have an entire video on just the vassal system. Oh, you don't know if you can as a mod? You don't have the trash can? Make it so if you die in real life, you die in real life too during hardcore. Yeah! If you die in the hardcore server, you actually die in real life. It's like the Matrix. If you die in the Matrix, you die in real life. No one would play hardcore in an MMO. They could maybe make certain dungeon runs or something hardcore. I know, people always say I want a hardcore dungeon or hardcore game in MMOs, but what they're really asking for is they want to be able to PK anybody they want without consequences, and they don't think these choices through too well. What if we're already signed up? Then you're already signed up, and I didn't get you to sign up, so we're good. You cannot delete people's posts? Okay. Is the 15% real money or in-game? For me, it's going to be real money because I'm set up to receive money like that. If you're not set up to do that, make sure you talk to your accountant first. At this point, I think Jahlon may be able to answer more off the top of his head about AOC than Steven. No, man, let me give Steven a shout out for that. Doing this is hard to like recall information. Steven has only been stumped once in all the times he's been doing the live streams, and I am the only person to have ever won a game of Stump a Chump against Steven. I wasn't even trying to stump him. I asked him a question about citizenship tickets, and they literally had, like, you could see Jeff and Steven like, the hell is he talking about? But then I sent him in a couple of, like, snippets, and they're like, oh, those, yeah. We talked about them once and only once. And then you could kind of tell that they were like, why the hell are you bringing these up? I was like, because I need to know. Let's see. Perhaps too broad of a question. But anyway, what do you wish Intrepid were doing now that it is not currently doing? I'm going to be honest, and this is going to catch people off guard. Here is what I wish Intrepid was doing that it's not currently doing. Shut the hell up and go dark for 60 days. There is a certain amount of hype that happens when you leak stuff. There is a certain amount of hype that happens when you have this monthly cycle of we show you a little bit, we hype, we talk. The problem is that you've got a whole lot of people interested, but you're not putting meat on the table. We're in like one of these like 27 course meals that have like 9 appetizers, okay? I'm tired of appetizers. I want some meat on my plate. Shut the hell up about everything and just give me Alpha 1. Just give me Alpha 1. Until you're ready to give me Alpha 1, I don't want leaks. I don't want like a snippet. I don't want your cute little Instagram. You know, I understand the value of all those things. So I'm not saying they're doing those things wrong, but I would really just love for them to say, you know what, guys? The next 60 days, the blinders are on. We're going to go absolutely hardcore. We are going to crank out. The reason why they can't do that, though, I understand why they can't do this. California is in such a shit state with their stay-at-home orders. Steven actually can't send the staff into the office. So, you know, it's I can't beat them up right now. The only reason why they're not getting beaten up by me all the time is because as a project manager, all of my colleagues, all of my lieutenants that are now captains that are doing project management for the Air Force, they still all call me. All of my proteges call me and they say, hey, I got a problem. I don't, the United States at least isn't in just a shit state right now. So I can't really beat up on Intrepid. I also can't beat up on them too much because they don't have a full stack web developer. Once that happens, they need to get a lot of things fixed. Repost. I am curious to know how far along they are with the story in Ashes. How important to you is the story of Ashes and relatable, likable characters? I have no idea how far along they are with the story, but I know there is a complete, full, fleshed out story. You know that because when they play D&D and they do like the pre-Fall of Era, they just have too many things already ready to go that are important, like are flushed out. So the story of any game is important to me. Like we just were playing some new world, and the story of that person, the box, the falling off the ship, the washing ashore, the corrupted, all of those things, that's really important to me. If I don't like the story, I don't like the game. With that said, I hope that they avoid the Final Fantasy issue where we're constantly stuck waiting for the story. I think that like right now, I think what Final Fantasy does with the raids is bullshit. I understand that they want to break up the raids so that they can have the next 3 raids take up a year or 2. However, it's bullshit that I'm stuck waiting now until 5.5 to finish out the story of the raid. Final Fantasy does it beautifully with the 3 raids all telling one continuous story, but I hate waiting for it. Can I just read the node system to you? No. There is required reading for this course. Hardcore is just not about random PKing. Random PKing is one playstyle. True, but most people who want hardcore servers want no PK rules. And this isn't just my opinion. I mean, of course it's anecdotal evidence, but it's anecdotal evidence of 3 or 4 years of content creation and talking to people. Because like, just because a conversation stops on my Twitch doesn't mean that I don't talk about it later. You just reposted the question that I just got done answering. I literally just finished talking about the story. I want to exactly know if you can force someone to become your vassal and force him to give you something he needs or agree to that. No, you can't force a person to become your vassal. You can only force, well, you can't even force nodes to become your vassals. The system works out who your vassals are. Will you also lose stuff on sieges, wars, and deaths? No, just the same. You only ever drop gatherables and processed goods. The only time you can lose stuff other than gatherables and processed goods is if you load like finished goods into a caravan, which why the hell would you ever do that? Are you shadow banned or something? No. Did I miss your question? Where did I miss your question? Oh, Will there be a guard mechanic similar to Star Wars: The Old Republic and Warhammer to give tanks a more active role in PvP? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say Star Wars: The Old Republic was good tank PvP, but yeah, in good PvP, tanks are the initiators. So while they won't have a guard role, a guard mechanic, they may. I haven't seen that ability yet. That's usually a really dangerous ability anyway in large scale PvP. It works pretty good in short and small group-based PvP, but like I put a buff on you and for the next 15 seconds I take all of your damage. That doesn't actually always work out as well as you want it to. I don't know if there's going to be a guard buff that you can put on people, but you are definitely going to be throwing out your bulwark shield. You're going to be controlling, pulling, pushing, chaining players. So yes, I mean, tanks are going to have, I mean, when people say tanks don't have an active role in PvP, keep in mind that in shitty games, a lot of PvP games do tanks in PvP very shitty, but in a game like Arcage, tanking classes are your initiators, and if you don't have good initiators, you fall apart really quickly. Let's see. Intrepid needs to not allow streamers to stream the entire game, like what's happening with New World. I have no need to play New World because I'm force-fed YouTube videos about the entire game from level 1 to level 60. Well, that's not going to happen because content creators need to be able to show content. If they can't show content, like Intrepid needs to not allow streamers to stream the entire game. Well, then why the hell does anybody want to stream their game? If you put limits on what people can stream, then they don't stream your product. So like Ashes 101 is an educational website that is going to like give you so much information just brain dumped into your head. And some people have said, and they've sent me hate mail, you're ruining the game for me because you're making all this information available. And my response is, how in the hell is me making information available ruining the game for you? And they're like, well, I have to read it, otherwise I'm going to fall behind. No, you don't have to do that. I am not showing up at your house with a gun to your head saying, read Ashes 101. Well, I'm going to be behind if I don't. Well, you're already going to be behind because whether or not I put the Ashes 101 product together, I'm still going to know all of that information. So you're automatically behind me. And so I don't want people to be behind. So I level the playing field. If you don't want to be on the level playing field, deal with it. But you started off behind. I mean, I could keep all this information myself. I could not stream. I could not make Ashes 101. I could not get people to help me make Ashes 101. So, I mean, people are like, you're forcing me. No, I'm not forcing you to do shit. Period. I understand you're like, well, you're being force-fed this entire game. Just don't watch it. Turn it off. Click. You sound angry today? No, I'm actually not angry today. Well, I'm agitated today. My daughter hurt her foot. She had to go to the doctor. So I'm a little agitated. I don't like when my little one gets hurt. If my teenager gets hurt, I mean, I don't like if my teenager gets hurt, but my teenager's not special needs, so she can adapt to getting hurt. My little one can't necessarily adapt to like explaining. So I'm going to assume that it's not a big deal because they're already back. I didn't get a message they were going to the hospital. And so they're back with food. I always love, they're like, yeah, we're going to get lunch and we're going to bring it back. And why are you telling me? Because I'm streaming, which means I can't eat. Sad face. Let's see. I think that might be what happens with Alpha 1 because there's no NDA from what I heard. The thing is Alpha 1 doesn't have all of the content in it. So while I'm streaming Alpha 1, I can't possibly give you all of the answers because all of Alpha 1 is not the complete game. Alpha 1 is Alpha 1 is not the complete game for everything. It's just a testing. It's a part of the game for testing and data gathering. Let's see. I'm a project manager too. I applied for Intrepid, but apparently they don't want to be on task. Old blind guy. Game companies don't use project managers. Game companies use producers, and the producers have the project manager skill set. The reason why most video game companies don't use project managers is because standard project management doesn't work for a game studio, because standard project management is based on, and you know this, is based on predictable delivery times. The couple of times I've applied at video game studios in my life, the answer is always, well, you have to be able to analyze and adapt based on a non-predictable timeline, and that's what like Babbletron has. Babbletron knows enough project management that he can be a producer, and he knows enough about being a producer that he understands like the art pipeline. I mean, it's still project management, but it's a very specific form of project management. Let's see. Somebody's asking about my money. Most people learn Java first, but I was just saying that modern web design has shifted to JavaScript. I don't know any of that. I have a guy who does all that for me now. Zetrix is amazing. Ashes 101 looks amazing today, guys. We did a facelift. We did a facelift on it. If you haven't seen Ashes 101 today, it looks amazing. There's pictures now. I gotta change one thing on the front, but I gotta take all his notes, and then I gotta zip it all up and send it back to him because he keeps changing my CSS, and I've added a couple of things. He keeps deleting them. Have I heard anything about Easter eggs in Ashes? Yes, they're gonna be there. Would they give the game a benefit or a disadvantage? They'll give the game a benefit. When I'm going to play Ashes, I'm going to play heavy on PvP as a rogue. Do you think Duelist would be better than Assassin? Do you think I'll be able to get good gear in PvP or material in PvP so I don't have to PvE as much? No. You will not be gearing yourself out through PvP. That is not how that happens. You may gear yourself out with the proceeds of your PvP, but you don't get gear in PvP. You don't get gear from Arena. You get some enchants, some augments, some titles, some cosmetics, but you do not get gear from PvP. I enjoy playing a tank role, but most of the time people will ignore you and stack onto the squishies. It was nice to be able to put guard on a friend and give him that, 10 to 15% mitigation? Yeah. Love Pack, if you want to play a tank in Ashes of Creation, as much as I don't want to send anybody to this dumpster fire of a game, look at Arcage, because Arcage is really, or Lineage 2. Look at Arcage or Lineage 2, because those are going to be the games that the PvP comes most from. Do I think Ashes of Creation will update to Unreal Engine 5 before release? Here's the thing about the Unreal Engine 5 transition, okay? They can't transition to Unreal Engine 5 right now because they want to do testing now through the end of the year before the developer kit becomes available. So they have to continue to use Unreal Engine 4. Unreal Engine 5 is fucking badass as it is, doesn't necessarily help Intrepid get done any faster. I know a lot of people keep saying, well, it helps them with the art, and it helps them with the art, and it helps them with the art. Yes, but it doesn't help them with the art if they have to change their process. When Unreal Engine 5 comes to the developers and they can all get the developer kit for it, it may help Intrepid speed up the art process. However, speeding up the art process doesn't speed up the delivery process. I highly doubt they're waiting on art. I highly doubt that they're waiting on the art to get going. They have a lot of tools that help them create art in a hurry. So, Unreal Engine 5 doesn't help them reach delivery any faster. Unreal Engine 5 may delay delivery because when they do move to it, remember they found bugs and stuff going from 4.23 to 4.25. Now, the good thing is that Unreal Engine 5 doesn't do like a ton of stuff to the back end, but it obviously does do stuff. It's not like a full engine changeover like CryEngine 2 to CryEngine 3 was, or Unreal Engine 3 to Unreal Engine 4 was, where you have to stop and redo everything. The other problem is that everyone says Unreal Engine 5, Unreal Engine 5, go to Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, that's great, but for half or more of the players, it's not going to make a single difference because most people are playing on potatoes. I got people asking me if their GT or if their NVIDIA 660 is going to be able to run Ashes of Creation. And I'm like, come on, man. Do you really expect a developer trying to make a game with this graphic fidelity is going to fucking optimize for a 660? Get the fuck out of here. Well, I can't afford a graphics card update. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but if you can't afford a graphics card update from a 660 to a 2080 now that it's been all these years, maybe playing video games in all your off time isn't what you should be doing. Maybe you should be addressing your personal finance situation. I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm not trying to be elitist or a snob, but I don't expect people to run out and buy 3090s, but you should be able to afford a 2080 or a 1080. You should be able to afford a 1080 if you want to play a game being made in 2020. NVIDIA just released an affordable GPU. What did they... People have said that to me a couple of times. Did I miss something? Did they release something other than the 30 series? Or are people talking about the 3070? Do I have another job or I'm going to be a full-time streamer when the game is fully released? I am not a full-time streamer. I'm a full-time performing artist. It is important that we benchmark that several times. I'm a full-time performing artist. So, I'm retired. I am a retired captain from the United States Air Force. I do this because I love it. I will be getting a 3070. I will be getting a 3090. Because, fuck, it's only money. Let's see. How do you even get that skill set without doing the job already? How do you become a video game producer without already doing the job? You get hired on at a video game company as a junior producer. And the way you get hired on as a junior producer is you know somebody. Remember, the majority of jobs are not what you know, it's who you know. So, sorry to ask again. No, never apologize for asking again. There's so much chat going on that I miss stuff all the time. Best way, if I miss your question, just do repost. And then I'll be like, oh. That doesn't mean 100% of the time I won't miss a repost either. It happens. Also, I'm blue colorblind. So sometimes your name pops up. If your name is blue, I just bias. I tend to bypass it because I just don't see it. I see a whole line of white and I'm like, oh, system message. Sorry to ask again. What do we know about the marketplace? And which game's marketplace do you like the most? I think the new marketplace of BDO is a good marketplace. I don't know what's in BDO's marketplace because BDO is a pay-to-win fiesta. There is no pay-to-win or pay-to-convenience in the Ashes of Creation marketplace. Everything is a cosmetic. Now, I know that there are a couple of people, and they're over on the Reddit, and they're making a big deal about trying to limit the level 1 people from all looking badass. Guess what? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about visual progression. It's a stupid fucking concept to me. If that is the hill you want to die on, just realize I am not going to charge your hill. I am not going to try to get to the top of your hill. I don't care about visual progression. I care about looking good. If I can look good with my wallet or I can look good with stuff in game, great. Okay? Great. If they do like a Plague Doctor, a true badass Plague Doctor in-game cosmetic, I don't care what it takes to get it. That's where my time is going to be. I care about looking good, but I don't care if it comes from the cash shop or it comes from in-game. Some people are like, well, they should put tiers on the levels of the gear and the cash shop. And no, bullshit, because they already sold the stuff. I'm sorry. They already sold the stuff. They can't change it. Guess what? Tryon lost their ass in a court case on this, and Intrepid's in the same county. So Intrepid's not, or hold on, Intrepid's in the same state. They're in a different county. Intrepid's not about to do something weird. They're not about to do something weird where they change the pre-offerings because it's going to be like, well, Your Honor, this case is the benchmark. So, how, yeah, Is this video max graphics? This particular video is 1080 graphics. They didn't put this one out in 4K. I do have a 4K video, but obviously I'm going to show you a 4K video while I'm streaming at 10K. Steven does record his footage at 4K, but obviously they don't stream at 4K. I wish they would load the videos in 4K. Or, you know what, I'm gonna be honest, if Intrepid doesn't want to mess with their metrics on their YouTube channel, they can send me the videos in 4K and I will load them in 4K to my YouTube. I will do that for them. Art is good, but we don't want a 2-year delay. Exactly. Other than subscribing, what can I do to help your channel here grow? Here's how you help my channel grow. Follow the Twitch channel. Follow the YouTube channel. It's technically called subscribing, but subscribing indicates like a monetary investment. I don't want your money. And then give me feedback. Help me make better products. That's what helps me the best. Because if everybody is giving me good feedback, I can make better products. I am going to be working on a couple of videos. One's on taverns. One's on the naval system being redone. I cut a video yesterday for a new project. So that was good. Plus, man, it is so hard to cut videos when you got people mowing their lawns, and then as soon as the lawn mowing stops, all the cicadas start up. The aesthetics of my stream look really nice. Props to you or whoever had designed it. You know what? This is a free template on Stream Elements, believe it or not. Go to Unreal Engine 5 after the game comes out. Yeah, kind of exactly. Let's see. I'm going to skip over some stuff. 3070 will be $499 and 3080 will be $699. That's pretty good. I mean, you can't argue with those prices. Is the whole game available in early access now, or just a small part? Just a small part. I saw somebody say the boomer reference to alpha and beta. Yeah. Past games have changed the definition of alpha and beta. Intrepid is following the old school boomer definition. Alpha and beta isn't feature complete. That is correct. They are following, and I've looked into it, because I knew agile process development or process management. Looked into agile software development, and it's kind of the same thing. It's like the same, it's like kind of the same language. It's kind of like baseball. You got the American League and National League. There's a little bit different rules, but all in all, you can kind of follow along. Alpha 1 for Ashes is taking place in a very small part of the world. All of the systems aren't there. Only the first parts of the system are there. So, you were talking about the in-game marketplace. What about the in-game marketplace? You'd have to help me out with that. Do we have any info on the stack sizes of processed goods compared to unprocessed counterparts? No. Processing artisans seems to be an innate advantage in making gold and leveling up if they have enough starting capital early. That is a the stack sizes have absolutely nothing to do with an advantage in making gold. You're going to have to try to explain to me what the stack sizes have to do with it. That you only can carry X amount of raw materials, gathered goods, or processed goods. So it doesn't matter on quantity. It's going to be weight or volume. The COVID set, not a plague doctor, enough for you? No, I have that set. I'm not going to lie. I have a bunch of cosmetics. Steven has way more of my money than he should. Tavern video, can I get a large pint? Yes, it comes in pints. If they have rare cosmetics or gear that looks good that you can earn, I always value that on others or equip it myself over purchasable cosmetics. Strange hill to die on. Yeah, I know, right? Sorry to ask again, what do we know about the auction house so far? In which game's auction house do you like the most? I like EVE Online's market system the most. It's not really an auction house, but I like EVE Online's market the best out of any MMORPG. What do we know about the auction house? We know that there's not a global auction house. We know that if you want to make your purchase, you want to sell something on the auction house, you have to be in an economic node's vassal system. If you want to see auction houses, you have to go to a interlinked auction house. even if you're at an interlinked auction house and you buy iron ore, you still have to travel to the node that the iron ore is in. There are no auto deliveries. Yeah, that's what we know about auction houses. Nodes Part 3, soon. But I already did Nodes Part 3. If you look up Nodes Part 3, Paradox Gaming Network on YouTube, you will get the secret, unofficial Nodes 3. I don't know if wordage is a word, but I'm using it. Yes, new wordage. All I hope is some footage of naval PvP ships before the end of the year. No, you're probably not going to get that before the end of the year. Naval content will be Alpha 2. For me, it's a big deal when the bought cosmetics are over the top and do not feel like part of the world. Guild War 2's cosmetic look ridiculous, out of place in the world, and just kills the game for me. Well, the good news is that Intrepid's not doing that. Other than Stufferton, which they got a ton of negative feedback on, they try to keep all of their stuff sensible. I think the Gathering Masters will be the most profitable for most players. Depends. I need to see how the gathering, processing, crafting supply chain works. Was I a high sec or null sec player in Eve? Both. During the week, I at the end of the weekend I would jump back into high sec because I only had a couple of hours a day and needed to finance all those ships that I like to derp. Usually on Thursday night I would jump back out to null sec, so I was ready to go on the weekend. People used to make fun of me because I flew a assault frigate, and they never understood why until you have an interceptor mingled in with your fleet, and you've got somebody with max level 5s across the board in a Harpy and can like 8-shot how many guns? 2 cycle an interceptor, just to make interceptors disengage. That's what my job was. Just get rid of the interceptors. I have a shit ton of cosmetics myself, and I know I won't use it a second I get stuff I earn. I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There are people in my guild who they like to change cosmetics daily. There's people in my guild that like to change their cosmetics multiple times a day. So, well, gatherable drop rates vary due to the quality of the item. A lower chance for blood diamond drops. I do not have a definitive answer for that. I do know that your gathering ability gives you a chance to get rare procs more often than a lower gatherer. Now, if it affects the drop rate, I mean, it affects the rarity rate, but would like a normal gatherer get 1 to 2 and I would get 3 to 4? I don't know. I think Steven at one point said yes, but we haven't seen the system. Will there be global chat? No. Or only zone chat? There will not be a global chat, period. There will be chats that you are a member of that you can access globally, but they will not have everybody in the world in them. What about the stock system? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it for a fantasy game. I am too. I'm waiting to see what they do with that. Will there be VoIP, proximity chat? There will not be overall proximity chat. There will be party chat, raid chat, and tavern chat, but I'll have all that crap turned off, and so will most people. Can citizens of a node attack a personal caravan being driven by citizens of the same node? Yes. What do you think about an instance PvP arena with gear equalized? You know what? I'm going to be honest. Equalized gear to me is bullshit in a game that has a statement that gear is 40 to 50% of your power. Gear equalization works in a game where every mage has to wear cloth and every fighter has to wear medium and every tank has to wear plate, and tanks only have sword and board, and mages have staves, and clerics have wands and shields. But the fact that there's 15 weapons. So there's 15 weapons. You can't even do equalized gear with that. There's 15 weapons and 4 armor types. How do you build an arena system around 15 weapons and 4 gear types? You just don't. There shouldn't be equalized gear. Period. VoIP or VoIP? Where's the extra O in VoIP? Because I think it's a stupid acronym. You can get triggered. Are you looking to create a guild that subscribes community members are well able to join? Yes, I will be creating a guild. You can join my Discord if you want to join like the lobby of the guild. I'll be doing 2 guilds. I'll be doing the Ashes 101, like very public guild for casuals who just want to come hang out. And then I'll be doing Paradox again. Last ride of Paradox with Jahlon as the guild leader because I'm getting old. With that said, I'm not recruiting anybody into the guild until after I get a chance to play it in Alpha 1. I need to know how the game feels, rolls, plays before I can, like, how can I lead anywhere when I don't even know what the game has? So I got to get my feet under me before I can start leading us anywhere. Thoughts on instance PvP content like arenas, battlegrounds versus strictly going open world? They're not going to be battlegrounds, so get rid of those. The whole world is a battleground. I think battlegrounds are great in games that don't have open world PvP with meaningful objectives. But in a game that has open world PvP with meaningful objectives, why do I need Alteric Valley? Battlegrounds are a place for people to waste time so they stay logged into your game and they don't go play something else. Arenas are the same thing. I would much rather have people escorting a caravan for a tangible reason rather than playing 3v3s in arena or 5v5s. 20-man free-for-all is always kind of fun if you've got time to kill. But in a game like Ashes, I'm not a big fan of the instance PvP content. By artisan advantage, I mean they control the demand and supply for both gathering and crafting professions. They level faster because their cost of acquisition to level is much lower as well. No, that's an assumption. They have a chokehold on the economy. No, that's an assumption. Gatherers need to invest time to level, and crafters money, processors profit off leveling. No, they don't. You're using your basis of processing based on all the other games. So I go out and I mine 1,000 ore, and I know that I gathered 1,000 ore, and I took the time to move it to a particular node. I'm gonna charge 1 gold each, and you don't want to pay that. Well, then get fucked. You go gather your own iron ore. Processors don't get to dictate terms to the gatherers because it works like this. If you've got a gatherer who's smart, number one, there's not going to be gathering bots that drive the prices down. There's not going to be, you're not going to be able to go and just run a circuit while you watch 10 episodes of NCIS in a day. You're going to have to be putting in time, effort, energy, movement, travel to do your gathering. Why, if I put in all of that time, am I going to sell that shit at a rate so low that you're going to profit off of my work? And the answer is I'm not. If I know that 1,000 iron ore produces 100 iron ingots, and I know iron ingots are selling for 10 gold each, you can bet your ass that my iron ore is going to cost you about 600 gold overall. You're not going to pay me pennies and make, hundreds. If you think that's going to happen, that's because you've played games that have been overinflated by gathering bots. They plan on banhammering the shit out of bots, okay? So keep in mind, I can tell directly by the statement you've made that you're used to playing in games that have a abundance of gathering bots. Arcade, Final Fantasy, those are games that are just littered with low-level bots. Also keep in mind, you can't level your processing until I level my gathering. If we're the only 2 people in the world, you need to have multiple avenues of acquisition, and you need to hope that it doesn't take more than one processor to supply, or more than one gatherer to supply a processor. A lot of games get this step wrong, and they do it very, very poorly. It should not be a one-to-one-to-one relationship. Otherwise, the economy is fucked. It should take like 3 or 4 gatherers to support one processor, which means that processor has a lot of people to pay for the raw materials. That's why in like EVE Online, a ship may take like 15 million titanium, but only 4,000 Zydrine. Because the people in high-sec, they'll mine all fucking day. We used to mine out entire high-sec belts just laughing and having fun. But when it comes to the really rare material, somebody's got to go get it. So yeah, you need to brain dump that that perception, because I think you've got some really bad things built into you've got some really bad assumptions built into that model, and you need to dump those and start over from square one. I wonder if they'll have a problem with my shop sign being a bunch of weapons in a ripped up stufferton. They don't mind my Cemetery of Broken Realities art therapy that I have Stufferton shredded. Steven's laughed about it. Let's see. I'd completely forgotten about the stock market from the Kickstarter. Maybe the game will allow you to invest in nodes so they can build buildings faster. Or maybe you can invest in node caravans so they can be sent more frequently to establish more trade routes. Maybe. All I know is Rocco Stanzizo wrote the white papers for Intrepid. I have no idea where they go. Castle Siege is basically a big battleground. Yes. What personal or guild milestones do you want to reach in Ashes to consider your server stay a success? Or which milestones are you looking forward the most? Paradox Lumber Company is going to be a thing again. We are going to, if there is a tree within an hour's ride of our home node, we're going to chop it down. We're going to have a 40-person ship. We're going to have a big boy. We're going to have a big old ship. I'm going to tell you, our flagship. Oh, I deleted it off the desktop. Oh, bad me. Oh no, I didn't. Haha, I left it there. This is our flagship, baby. We're gonna be rolling around in one of these. That's our flagship. I'm gonna actually take the video down just so you guys can see this. Look at this. Look at this majestic beast. That's our majestic beast. We're gonna be rolling around in that. You better not have any merchant ships on the water when we come in, because I'm a nice guy, but unless I know you by name, you're on my water, you pay the tax. I gotta take it. Where's that graphic from? That's one of the cosmetic skins. I own that. That is my flagship. Not to be outdone by my plague boat, but that's my flagship. I also have the down there. There's my plague ship in the bottom corner. And you know, and I've also got the other ship with the lantern. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, I got boats for days. I got boats for days. Let's see. Is there a corruption mechanic for ship combat? There is a corruption mechanic for all combat. However, I don't know if the person gets more corruption for blowing up your ship. That's a good question. Bots will be hunted from players for the resources they drop. Now, unfortunately, bots aren't going to flag back up, so you're going to be getting saddled with corruption, and that's not a good thing. I tell people all the time when they say that they're going to attack or crush, bots that are, or accounts that are botting, don't do that. Just report them. They plan on having active GMs, and I can guarantee you, if Steven's real about having active GMs, they're just going to show up. They're going to keep their queue clear. I also want to remind people, if they do active GMs and you start doing that harassment shit where you report people, they are gonna turn around and, like, you. So say you see me, and it looks like I'm multi-boxing. Okay, and you're like, hey, and you like pester the person, hey, can you talk to me? No, I'm gonna be honest. I don't. If I'm in the zone, if I'm running around, if I'm gathering, if I'm doing whatever, you can think I'm botting, you cannot think I'm botting. That's your perspective. But just because I didn't answer you doesn't mean I'm a bot. Okay. First of all, you're really kind of putting yourself high up there in the relevant chain. I often don't even have local chat on my chat windows. I usually have a tab called Guild, and that will have like Guild and or family in it. I don't see local and I don't see tells, because there's times I don't want to deal with tells. If you report, I think this person is botting, you better be damn sure the person is botting. Because number one, if you're constantly putting reports in on the same person, they're going to turn around and be like, you report this person every day and we haven't taken action against them. Why do you think they're botting? I really hope they do what some games do, and if you just keep reporting people, they pull you out of the game, chuck your ass in the jail, and say, hey, we wanted to give you an opportunity to talk to us about all of these people that you're reporting. Oh, no, man, it's cool. No, it's not cool. We're going to talk about each and every one of these like 300 reports we've put in. This is going to take a while. Don't put in fake reports on people. That's scumbaggery. Let's see. I think creating incentives to create open world PvP is awesome, and it seems to be something a lot of games stray away from, go towards instance content, which makes the world not feel as great. I do like watching skilled PvPers play players versus others who are equally skilled in organized settings, so I'm torn on it. I mean, a castle siege is an organized setting. A node siege is a semi-organized setting. I don't understand why it's so hard for them to auto-ban bots. That's because a lot of company... Well, remember, WoW isn't incentivized to auto-ban bots. WoW is a subscription-based game. If there's a bot playing, somebody paid the subscription for it. It's really easy to ban bots. Companies just don't do it. Some companies are afraid of the inevitable DDoS that comes from it. Personally, I think that they should just sit there at the... the divine gate, and when somebody comes through with a name that looks like they rolled their face across the keyboard, you know, follow them. GM, follow them. When eight more of them all instantly teleport to the same place, ban them all. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to pay the reverse charges processing, but just ban them all. The other thing is, the greatest thing that you can do in your MMORPG is ban gold buyers. If you start banning gold buyers, and you got to be willing to do the diligence with this. If you ban a gold buyer and you just and I'll be honest, you ban a gold buyer and that gold buyer within 10 minutes of that account buying the gold, it transferred it to the guild leader. Guess what? Suspend the guild leader. Hey, we've suspended your account based on the fact that within 10 minutes of a gold buying transaction happening, you received 100,000 gold from an account that ironically logs in from the same IP address as you. Permaban. I think if a guild leader gets permabanned, you guys may disagree with me. I think if a guild leader gets permabanned, when you put in the application to get control of the guild, it should just be, nope. Your guild leader was banned. Your leader was banned. It's fruit of the poisonous tree. The guild leader was a cheater. I'm not saying that you all are cheaters, but your guild, we will not transfer leadership of the guild to anybody. Well, what about all the people who didn't cheat and they worked really hard for their guild? You worked really hard for a cheater. Sorry, we can't be sure that your guild is legitimate. Start over. Get a new guild. I know it sucks, but you're not getting guild leadership. That would, motivate guild leaders to not be shitbags. Because then you address the problem either way. You can't have guild leader on a throwaway account, because if it's on a throwaway account and it gets banned, you can't get leadership of the guild. Let's see. If I lost my whole ship, I'd be so mad. Yeah, I don't think the ships get destroyed like caravans. I don't think the ships get destroyed like caravans, but I don't have an answer for that. Can you make custom guild banners? Yes. I remember getting absolutely fucked by multi-boxers in WoW, even in guarded sittings. It's so not fun. Keep in mind, there's a difference between multi-boxers and cheaters. Stop calling them multi-boxers and call them cheaters. Because I multi-box with... And if they tell me it's such bullshit that they're going to tell me, oh, you have to have multiple hardware. Fuck. Fine. I have 9 gaming PCs in my house. I guess I will set them up next. I guess you are going to make me fucking run 5 PCs in my room, 3 in my office, 3 at a time, 4 at a time. I'll just get a 4th monitor because my new graphics card will support 4, probably more. And then I'm just going to have a KVM switch. Come on. All I got to do is map. I'll run 4 accounts at a time then. 4 keyboards, 4 mice. Won't even need a KVM switch. Don't think you can't do it. I don't need a full keyboard. I don't need a full keyboard to play your game. I can do it with the G13 keypad. WASD. I don't even need that. You know. Is it really worth multiboxing at that point? Yeah, that's the point. People need to realize if you make the stance about multiboxing so stupid, people will multibox just because your point is stupid. That's my point. I need people to understand there's a difference between running 4 accounts simultaneously and somebody who's running a script or a macro or a bot to run their 4 accounts. Multiboxing is legal. Cheating is illegal. What happens to the items in the auction house in an economic node if that node is successfully sieged? Also loot for the pinata. No, well, it depends. If the item is a processed good or a gatherable, it would be loot for the pinata. If it was a finished good, it would get returned to you in some form or fashion. One of the things we're waiting on is that form or fashion of the return. Because, so here's our world, right? Where's our world? So here's our world. And I'm over on the boot of Italy, right? I'm in the desert. I'm in the boot of Italy. And there, one of my houses is in the boot of Italy, and the other one of my houses is up here in this Arctic area. Well, when the boot of Italy gets sieged, all of my stuff gets returned to me. But how? If it gets mailed to me, and I can claim that all the way up in the northern Arctic spot, then fuck, maybe defending my node isn't what I want. Maybe I don't want to live there anymore, and I got a bunch of stuff there, and I want that node to get sieged so my stuff gets sent to me in the mail. They said it's going to get returned to you, but we don't know how. So we're waiting on the how does my stuff get returned to me? Because that's going to make a big difference. I'm writing that down. Actually, I'm going to just grab your question and throw that up there. I'm going to answer that one last question, and then I'm going to take a quick break because I've been going for 3 hours. That's why I stood up. But let me add that one. I haven't applied for partner yet. I applied for partner today, guys. I didn't get an Elgato partnership. That hurt. Hurt my feelings. It made me cry. I also didn't get an Elgato Wave 3 mic on Wednesday. It was in my cart, and I didn't get it. I couldn't buy it. But last question before my break. If a guild gets banned for shitbag leader, does the XP for the node therein get pulled? No. The problem is that there are only so many things that you can roll back. Trying to take all the XP out of a node if you disband a guild for bad behavior. The problem is that you're punishing the node, all of the people in the node for one group's bad behavior, and then you have like that gets to the point of the kid that caused like $430,000 worth of damage because he pissed in a reservoir, a drinking water reservoir, and he pissed in it, and they had to treat all this water because he pissed in the water. And I was just like, I'm pretty sure birds shit in this water all the time or piss in the water, and we're worried about it because a kid pissed in the water. Come on. It's like, how do you take piss out of a reservoir? You don't. You're making this huge deal, and this kid is getting sued for like $430,000. Come on. Give him a $75 fine, and let's be realistic. We got to drain an entire reservoir because a kid pissed in it. Come on. I'm sure a bird's shitting it too. Anyway, I'm going to take a real quick break. I'm going to be gone for less than 2 minutes, and then we're going to push on. Guys, 3 straight hours. No break. All conversation. Looking at New World. I'll be right back. trying to figure out where my producers are, and then I forgot that there's a new kid here. My daughter has a friend over, so of course the cats are that. Hey, Frost, have you seen my Jack Skellington Stitch shirt? Have you seen that one yet? Frost is a huge Stitch fan. I'm a huge Stitch fan, a huge Jack Skellington fan. I'm going to get my Father of Nightmares tattoo. Gonna get Jack and the two Jack Sally daughters on my arm. What's up? Let's see. How long till we know? Let's see. How long till we know if I make Twitch partner? It'd be a couple of weeks. It should be 7 days. But I'm not stopping. Like, this isn't a hit this threshold. I'm gonna send in the application today, but we're not stopping. I'm streaming tomorrow. I should have time tomorrow. I don't foresee anything. I do have to drain my hot tub tomorrow because first of all, I hate wasps. I despise wasps. Honeybees, bumblebees, I'm okay with honeybees. Honeybees do shit. They pollinate things. Wasps are just yellow and black no bros. I hate wasps. For some odd reason, they fucking just love my hot tub. So, the hot tub water is due. Did someone pee in it? No. The hot tub water is due, but I'm hesitant to try to work around my hot tub tomorrow because last night I'm getting in the hot tub and like 10 wasps popped out. I think they had gotten into the bar, the lift bar for the hot tub. So I need to see if they went in there and caulk that up so they can't live in there. They're trying to live in my hot tub casing. Wasps are essential to the yeast cycle. Are they? Because I need to see some documentation on that. But I will tell you right now that when it comes to my hot tub, I engage in illegal chemical warfare. I have opposable thumbs. I can break the tab off of a can of wasp spray. If they want to live in my yard, that's cool. I have a yard. They can live on the back half of it. If they get near the concrete patio, they gotta die. You gotta die, guys. You gotta die. Uh-oh. Jakuda raided me with a baby shark. Or a dancing shark. Jakuda, I think we're working on a project together. Maybe. Possibly. We got something good cooking, guys. We got something different than just me talking all the time. We got something good going. You said an 8-person party will not keep a node above level 1. Do you have estimated numbers needed to sustain each node? No, I do not. I only know that a 8-person party won't keep a node above level 1 because we know for a fact that a guild can't sustain an entire node by itself, even in the mid stages. That's 300 people. We don't know how many people it's going to take, but we will find out. We'll be testing all of that. The best thing is I have a lot of Alpha 1 testers in my guild. I have a lot of people that are what the hell? I have a lot of people that are willing to like test what I need tested. Oh, thanks, Frost. I was trying to get my mouse over there. You got fucked up by Yellow Jackets too many times as a kid. Man, I got a funny story. When I was 2, I broke my legs, and so my dad, we had a pool in the backyard to help me with the physical therapy on my legs. There was a wasp or a wasp net or yellow jacket. One of the yellow and black angry bastards that don't pollinate shit. We had an above ground pool, so we had those metal stanchions to hold the pool up. Well, I was swimming and I was splashing the water over the sides as I was just swimming. I wasn't like deliberately splashing a wasp nest because I'm not that stupid. But there were so many of them came up. I couldn't get out of the pool. I tried to get out of the pool. I'd gotten stung a bunch of times. I went under the water and I was like, well, this kind of sucks. What the fuck am I going to do? And then out of nowhere, a bucket comes Like, my dad got stung on his hands getting the bucket to me, but my dad put a 5-gallon bucket on the water surface, and I pulled the handle down, and I got my head up in it so I could see all them little fuckers ping, 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 pinging off the 5-gallon bucket. My dad got stung on his hands. I got stung all up my back, all up my neck, and a little bit on my face. And I'm a kid, man. I'm like a little kid. I'm screaming hysterical. And my dad's like, calm down. You're going to hyperventilate. You only have so much air in the bucket. But he got the hose, and he just kept spraying the bucket, and he was trying to get him to come get him. And a bunch of them just kept getting splashed into the water, and I'm sitting there like a fucking, like, I don't know, I'm like 6 or 7 at the time. And then they went away. He went and got the net, and he scooped them all out so I could get out. And then I got out, and of course I'm hysterical. My face is all swollen. His hands look like something out of, like a horror movie. Fucking little bastards. Jay could give a little brief tease if he likes. I'm really excited about it. No teases. No teases. If I give a tease, then Jakuda doesn't have to work as hard to finish the teaser, because the teaser's in process. But yeah, we got a new couple of, you guys know I do most of my content solo, and a lot of people want to do collabs, and I'm more than happy to help content creators grow. Privilege of mine to help people grow. Privilege to even be asked for help. But we got something new and unique coming. We're taking a time-honored product like a podcast. We're putting a little twist on it. So stay tuned for that. We got many irons and many fires. Let's see. In most MMOs, I try to turn off local chat and set PMs to friends only if possible. Most of the time, both types to chat are filled with gold seller spam anyway. It's a shame you almost need to do this. Bed Dave, the good thing is, and Steven hates gold sellers. So you can imagine that there's going to be somebody there that's like, blah, 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 buy gold. Click, blah, 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 click. Like, I imagine they're just going to be punting those people off the server. Remember, Ashes of Creation is a subscription-based game with no trial. That's going to cut down on the amount of bots immensely. Now, I'm going to say this in all honesty. This is my honest perspective. I have never in 22 years had an MMORPG account compromised. I've never lost an account. People have never stolen my account. I've also in 22 years never logged into a gold buying account. It's always funny to me that the people who are like, hey man, I can't log in. What do you mean you can't log in? I can't log in a game. I'm already logged in. Okay. Yeah, you're logged in. You've been screaming about gold selling for 3 hours. I don't know how they got my account information. I don't know. Did you go to their fucking website? Oh. You must never had a RuneScape account. My RuneScape account has never been compromised. I was mainly asking about sustaining a node, preventing atrophy. Remember, a node is going to need a lot of XP. A node is going to need a lot of XP to prevent atrophy as well. So I don't think 8 people are going to be starving off atrophy of even a level 1 node. Plus the fact that you don't live in a level 1 node. A level 1 node just is there. You don't live in anything lower than a level 3 node because that's where housing is. Hey Jahlon, I'm making some content about Ashes about housing, but I'm a little confused about the apartments. On the wiki it says that 50 can be available for purchase in the village stage. A little lower it mentions that since they're instanced, they're only limited by the rising price as more people buy. Is there clarification in this, or am I dumb? No, it's really easy. And I answered this for you in the questions chat yesterday, but I guess you didn't see it. The initial apartments that come with a stage 3 node, which is a village, is hard capped at 50. It's hard capped at 50 because it's not the instanced building that the mayor built. It is congratulations, you hit stage 3, have 8 cottages, have 1 apartment building with 50 apartments in it, and have some land out in the open that you can put freeholds on. So that is that. When it comes to stage 4, you cannot even build an instanced apartment until stage 4. So those first 50 come with the node. The other ones The other ones, the mayor has to choose to build. How about the 8 houses? What about them? So the other 50 instanced apartments, the mayor has to choose to build. If I'm a mayor, right, and I don't want people, and I'm not ready, I'm not sure, I'm not 100% confident that we have the votes for me to hold on to the node, maybe I'm not going to build apartments right away when we hit stage 4. Maybe I'm going to not build apartments right away so that I can so I can see how many of those houses my guild gets. So I can see how many of those freeholds my guild gets up. Maybe if I know how many citizens there are and I know I control the vote by a healthy margin and I'm getting outside guild votes because people are happy with me, then maybe I build the apartments. It's supposed to be 8 houses and 50 apartments. Yeah, I said 8 houses, 8 cottages and 50 apartments. I don't know where we're going with the 8 houses thing. You're like, yes, there's 8 cottages and 50 apartments. Russians botted the hell out of Eve, subscription or not, probably because of buying Plex with ISK. If Ashes doesn't allow buying subscription with gold, botting will not be as profitable. Ding, 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 ding. Ding. No, the mayor cannot increase the number of houses. The number of houses is static. Can we do a poll on who will actually use and decorate their house? Sure. Manage poll. New poll. Will you decorate your house? Yes. No. What? There you go. I got you. We got this on all avenues. Manage reward requests. Let's see. Repost. Have we heard how the chat system will work? Yes. In regards to advertising your trade, is there going to be world chat? No. Is it going to be restricted to Node Castle regions? Yes. Like newspaper ads within your local economy? Kind of. There are about 15 different things. There's about 15 different chats in Ashes of Creation. Let's talk about what type of chats there are. So, come on. I hate when people change the fucking wiki. All right, if you ever work on a wiki, don't change things for the sake of changing them. Don't change pages around for the sake of changing them, okay? There's going to be shout, trade, local, node citizens, alliance, party, raid, guild, social organizations, private messages, user created chat channels, tavern chat. The trade is going to be not global. There will not be global trade. Well, the last time we heard about it, there wasn't going to be global trade. They may change their mind. Remember, guys, Ashes of Creation is a game, in development. Lots of things can change. How will Ashes handle scaling in the future? Will content become obsolete and health damage number get crazy high? Or will it all be scaled? They're not doing scaling like that. There is content that will become obsolete. And that's just the mark of a good game. Not every single piece of content should be able to be done at every single level. So that 20 or that 40-man early dungeon or early raid, that will become obsolete. Because that's just how it happens. Are you able to build a house anywhere in the world? Okay, I really need people to get on board with this. Ashes101.com, housing and freeholds. You get a freehold parcel in the world attached to a specific stage 3 node. So, freeholds, no, that's fine. That's fine. There's 3 types of housing. There is in-node housing, which is in-node houses. There is instanced apartments, if the mayor builds them, and there are freeholds. Freeholds exist out in the world outside of the node. Remember, the node is the center of civilization. The node is the black dot in that yellow area. The zone of influence is the yellow area. So if this black dot is 3 over in that yellow area, you can put a zone of influence anywhere out there in that yellow part of the world. Now, you cannot place it close enough to the node that the center of civilization cannot grow to be a metropolis. Every node has a standoff distance that says, hey, you can't put your freehold there. Get the hell away from me. I want to be able to grow to 6. And you're like, but you're a stage 3 node. And the nodes are all optimistic. They all say, hey, I'm going to be a 6 one day. You can't drop your node anywhere that there's going to be a road. On the road. You can put it right next to the road, but you can't put it on the road. You can't put it half up a mountain. You can't put it half into the ocean. You can put it on the shore. You can put it next to the mountain, but not half up the mountain, right? You can't put it anywhere that another point of interest is going to form. And you can't put it to where you'd be blocking the entrance to a dungeon. Now, with that said, a freehold is not a house. A freehold can be a house. A freehold is a 1/2 acre parcel of land that you do whatever you want to do with. It is ironically also the subject of this week's video, and it's on freeholds. So there's an entire video for you on freeholds. I wanted to give you an answer to your question, and now I'm going to give you even more. I'm going to give you a whole video just for you and everybody else. What race am I leaning towards for my cleric? Well, right now I want to be a Vec. So I'm a weird case right now. I'm going to be a Vec, even if Vec is not the best combination for cleric. I'm going to be a Vec because Dirty Puma over on the Discord declared me the supreme leader of the Vec. So I got to be a Vec now. I'm committed. With that said, I will definitely be talking race min-max for cleric. I'm going to really hope the Vec are the better option out of the 2 orc for cleric. Renkai, best orc. Hey man, it's okay. The Renkai and the Vec, we don't have this squabble that the rest of the races do. All the other races have some like petty rivalry going on. The orc or the orc faction, the orc race, the Renkai and the Vec, we don't fight with each other. The Renkai, they're huge, man. They want to go like eat people, chop off arms, eat toes, whatever their deal is. We don't judge. We support that. We provide the barbecue sauce. We're in our little astronomy towers. We're looking up at the stars. The Vec or the Renkai are like, what the fuck are stars? We don't understand. Do we stab them? And we're like, yes. Those guys over there stole your chicken. Go eat them. And the Renkai come back with like a foot hanging out of their mouth. It's a good relationship. They don't bother us. They don't yell at us like we're their little brothers. They just come and knock on the door and say, can you put more honey in the next batch of barbecue sauce? And we say, absolutely. Hold on. You're a pest. So yeah, the Renkai and the Vec, we get along just fine. Will there be a main quest? Yes. That's best to level, or can I move to where I want to start with the node and level? You can do both, but there is a main storyline. If they can't make a decent tutorial, hopes for the rest of the game won't be high. True. You shut up. You shut up. So, yeah, I know. You don't like being held like a baby, but you won't shut up. So, I'm surprised so many people would decorate their houses. Well, we're going to see in a couple of minutes when that's done. Is there a tentative release date? No. The only date we have, the next mile marker we have is that Alpha 1 is this fall. That's the only mile marker we have. That is the only mile marker we have. So about leveling characters, every new MMO that I played, even though there are multiple ways to level, there's always one path that gives you better XP. And at launch, people grind through that path and get to max level within a week or as soon as possible. How will Ashes work in that regard? Ashes will work in that regard as in, number 1, content is gated behind node development. So you can grind as much as you want. However, your XP per hour will start to fall off as your level goes up and the local node stage hasn't kept pace with you. Number 2, Ashes of Creation is going to have a 45-day ideal cap or minimum for their hitting the vertical progression. Now, I do want to preface that with, don't scratch my walls, you jerk. I don't know what your problem is. Shoot. Jerk of a cat. 45 days times 6 hours a day. If they decide that they're going to do 270 hours for cap, right? Then it's only going to take a person like me 22 and a half days to hit cap, because I'm going to play the shit out of I am not going to lie to you. I'm going to grind the fuck out of the game, because I'm going to be done with my vertical progression. So I want to be done with my vertical progression as fast as possible. Now, with that said, people are going to fall behind. Yes. However, as people fall behind, they're also going to catch up, because as social organizations, religions, nodes, other things open up, they're going to be able to dual task. While I have ground the shit out of my vertical progression, while they're working on their horizontal progression, they're also going to be working on their vertical progression. So at the end of those 45 days, I may have gotten to level 50. I may have gotten to level 50 in 22 days. But at the end of the 45-day cycle, you have caught up to my vertical progression, and we're pretty much level on our horizontal progression. So, yeah, there is going to be no getting to max level in a week. That's just not going to work. If you find a way to get to max level in a week, you're probably using an exploit, and they're probably going to banhammer you because you found an exploit that you didn't report. Keep in mind, I want to remind everybody, I know people don't read their terms of service or their EULAs. I understand this. However, most of the EULAs have, if you exploit, you get banned. And I know some people say, well, it's your own fault. You should have discovered it. Oh, well, you know, that's just not how that works. Let's see. 80% of people will decorate their houses. 13% are what? And only 7% are no, they will not decorate their house. I'll decorate my house. Probably not at the beginning. I'll probably not decorate my house at the beginning because, you know, I want to, you know, make progress in the game. But once my house, like, my Final Fantasy 14 house is a fucking hot mess. But now that I have some free time, although the ninja is, oh, shit, balance board. My balance fails. Now that the ninja sent me stuff I need to work on after the show, that's probably going to take me a bit to fix. And then at some point tonight, I got to run a dungeon with my wife in Final Fantasy 14, you know, try to actually game. I know, perish the thought. I will be your interior decorator. No, I think Tamir has my interior decoration covered. Tamir likes to decorate. Will you play on tab targeting or action combat? Tab targeting. I'm a tab target player. I mean, that's what I like. It's what I enjoy. I don't like action. Have we heard any definitive religion branches? Asmongold's interview said there were 6 different types, and this is what Steven is going for in terms of our real-world religion archetypes. There is no real-world religion archetypes in Ashes of Creation. So there's not going to be like Judaism, Christianity, the Nation of Islam. There's going to be none of that. They're all in-game religions. There's actually 7. There's 6, and then the Underrealm religion. And you know, I'm going to be honest. There's a bunch of people that are upset that Ashes has such religious overtones. And they're like, there shouldn't be religious overtones. I should be allowed to play as an atheist. And I feel like I'm having religion shoved down my throat. Blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. Okay. I'm not saying you have to believe in God. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that. But when I get the people saying, well, I can't be a member of an in-game religion because it goes against my religion, then don't play video games. Okay? Don't play video games. Don't play this video game. Okay? I shouldn't have to pick a religion. Hey, the cool thing is you don't have to. Well, I'm going to be underpowered. Hey, well, that's a choice. Sorry. You're playing a game with magic and evil in it, and corruption and a calamity and magic portals. Guess what? I don't think you're going to get in any trouble with the supreme being of your following for playing a game with religions. And like Orlando Bloom said in Kingdom of Heaven, and if he does, then he is not God, and we need not worry. But don't be afraid to play video games with religions in them. Okay. Sorry, I cannot PvP because my country's law don't allow me to murder people. Correct. I cannot steal. I cannot pillage. Will there be a blood god? No, probably not. There will probably not be blood for the blood god. Otherwise, I would be naughty. I'd be a naughty vampire god. So, if your religion cares about picking a fake religion in a game, well, maybe look for a better religion. Nah, I mean, there are some people that take their religions to that extreme. But I always find it odd when people take their religions to that extreme. Not that I find it odd, but I find it odd that they're talking about my religion takes this to this extreme and I play video games. Interesting. God of Death, a faceless assassin rogue? Yes. What do we say to the God of Death? Not today. I used that line in an Arcade video once. Got away with my ship with like 26,000 points. I'm going to make myself out to be a prophet and ask for donations for the cause. Hey, Nudo Guitar, I am already the prophet Jahlon Snow. High prophet to the Lord in Sandal. You get your own racket. I'll run you out of here faster than I ran the guy out of here with his referral code. I hope there will be an atheist society too. There won't be. There won't be. There's social organizations. There's a Scholars Guild. That must suck. Guess they can't hope for religious wins if they ever wanted to play Civ. I know, right? You can't play Civilization online either. So, I mean, I guess sometimes people are like, well, there's my religious beliefs. Hey, you know, okay. Ross, did I combine our names? No. What are you talking about? All right, where are we at? Where the hell are we at? Man, all of my shows start off with a direction, and about 25 minutes in, I have no idea. Oh, Jahlon Snow, like Jon Snow from Game of Thrones. I am the prophet, Jahlon Snow, because there was a running joke on the Discord that I know nothing, and so then somebody called me Jahlon Snow, and then I got called a shill for the game, and I said, okay, I'm the prophet Jahlon Snow. I shill for the game. And since we use the word shill, it is an obligation that I mandatorily shill for Ashes of Creation. Hey, I just linked my referral link in the chat. I would really appreciate it if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation yet. Go ahead, click on that link, make your account today. You can still get your statuette if you make your account by tomorrow. And I will let you know that I do get 15% of all your purchases. And I really do appreciate that. See, shilling is easy. If you don't want to click the link in the chat, you can also click the gold icon down below. See, being a salesman is easy. Get so rich you get your nodes to give up religion. Yes, that would be funny. Maybe you could form the humanoid society. Yes. What type of dragon are you hoping the castle will grant for each region? Hold on, I think I have a... Do I? Do I? I do. Hold on. I don't get food, but I do get a Chick-fil-A tea. Chick-fil-A, the best Arnold Palmer's in Southern Illinois. Somebody can clip that and send it to Chick-fil-A. That's free endorsement right there. Oh, that's good. That's good. What type of dragon are you hoping the castles will grant for each region? I don't want them to go into so many details that they have different dragons. Just have one dragon, man. Just have one dragon. Just have one dragon. We don't need multiple dragons. That's just a lot of extra work. There's so few people are going to have dragons anyway. Now, what's really cool, guys, is that the dragons are royal mounts. They're tier 3. However, there's also aquatic mounts that are tier 3. You can have a kraken as a mount, as your royal mount. You can also have a burrowing. You can have a burrowing dragon or a burrowing legendary mount in the Underrealm. Different color dragons might be easy to do. Yeah, reskinned different colors, those are cool, but I don't need like an ice dragon, a fire dragon, a lightning dragon, an earth dragon, a shadow dragon, a hydra, a woolly mammoth, a thunder lizard. I don't need all that. So all the shills, yes, all the shills. I don't know if I should use assassin or duelist. I don't have any idea if you should use either of them either. We need to get the game, and we're not going to even be able to make that call until Alpha 2. We're not gonna be able to do that until Alpha 2. When we get to Alpha 2 is when we get classes. Alpha 1, we only get primary archetypes. Do you think there will be non-intelligence based mages? No. Why would you want a non-intelligence based mage? Why would you want more than one main primary stat? Let's see. There'll be differences among the different the religions that all have some sort of benefit or change of skills. Would there be a certain advantage to not choosing one though? I don't think there's ever going to be an advantage to not choosing a religion because the religion gives you additional augments on top of your abilities. So, I hope to form a guild of island dwarves going around and changing node appearances to troll people. Oceanic node in the middle of the desert. It won't be an oceanic node in the middle of the desert. In order to make sure that the racial architecture fits, it does change appropriately for the biome it's in. So if you do a Nakua node in the Arctic, it's not going to be like an islander theme. It's going to be specifically that races fit for the Arctic biome. One of the things I miss in the US is the sauce. Yeah, the Chick-fil-A sauce. I miss Chick-fil-A sauce. I'm gonna make a guild with rogues only. Name it the League of Assassins, and we will jump every caravan we see. Sure, go ahead and jump my caravan with a guild of only rogues, and then watch how quickly you just fed me defender points. So crushed. I will crush you. You bring 8 rogues and I bring a well-balanced party. I will win 10 out of 10 times. There's not even a 9 out of 10. I bring a balanced party. You bring 8 rogues. I'll win 10 out of 10. I play a stam sorcerer in ESO. Other than that, I've never heard of a non-magic mage. My rough math on characters maintain a node under what I thought would be a reasonable assumption. Take all of that and shove that all right off the table. Shove all that right off the table. That's, you don't, because you used a linear scale and that's not gonna work. You did tripling. You have no idea. A tier 6 node is going to take more than 972 average contributors because a tier 6 node is 20% of the world. Concurrent population in the world is 10,000 people, so a tier 6 node is going to need about 2,500 contributors. The only way a tier 6 node stays from atrophying is it ensures all of the nodes underneath it are prospering. That way all of the nodes underneath it can shove XP up through the chain. So all of that, just scrape all that and go back to square one. Seen raptor mobs in the last stream. I hope raptors are tameable and used for husbandry to create some Jurassic node parked themed raptor squads. Confirmed. Confirmed. Do you think there will be a patch where you can have a guild ship creator where it would work like a mobile guild hall? No, Steven's already addressed that, and they want the guild hall has to be stationary because guild war events will happen at the guild hall. So if your guild wars my guild, I might set the condition where I win if I steal something out of your guild hall, and then you just fucked yourself because you now opened yourself up to a war where you're going to lose an item if I win. Do you think Intrepid could easily get investors in if they need additional funding? This is one of my primary concerns, since EU publishing is going to be very expensive. So I don't think Steven would have gone the route of self-publishing in the EU if he didn't have a plan for the money. Here's the thing, you know, sometimes people forget. Okay, I want to rehash this. Steven's a big boy. He can fight his own battles, right? If people got a problem with Steven can fight his own battles. But at the end of the day, okay, Steven may be new to owning a game studio, but Steven is not new, okay? Steven is not new to business, okay? Steven is not new to business. Steven has owned successful corporations or successful companies. He's owned successful business ventures, okay? People People are worried about things that are probably out. You're batting outside of your weight class. You know, you're punching outside of your weight class. Unless you are independently wealthy into the tune of millions of dollars, or you have worked with budgets of millions, hundreds of millions, or billions of dollars, just realize that Steven's not an idiot and John's not an idiot, and they're both independently wealthy, and together they have a fuck ton of cash. And people with fuck tons of cash can do one thing that normal people can't, and they can convince other people to invest in their dreams because they know that they're already invested. So I'm not worried about Steven getting additional investors in if he needs it. I don't even think he needs it. Now, self-publishing in the EU, guys, I want to be honest. All of the Europeans, man, you need to stop jumping up and down on top of Intrepid. It's your countries, your combination of countries, fucked up laws that make it so impossible for anybody to want to do business with you. I want you guys to realize that it's not companies not wanting to support things. It's that there are literally 26 different sets of rules because you guys don't have one. You guys don't have, like, you're not like the United States. In the United States, most of the time, not every single time, but more often than not, if something is federally permitted, then it's permitted. Because most of the time, things online, like video games, don't get regulated at the state level because it's considered interstate commerce, which is the purview of the Congress, of Congress, okay? So, like, I can't remember his last, Christopher Lee, the representative from Hawaii, he tried to introduce legislation in Hawaii that would make RNG boxes illegal. And do you know what basically happened? What basically happened was it never even came to a vote because they said if it comes to a vote, every video game company was basically like, fine, fuck it. We just won't sell our product in Hawaii. And so Chris Lee was like, well, shit, I didn't think about that outcome. The fucking state of Hawaii is like the size of the city of Philadelphia. I'm not going to change my business model. Hold on. Let's just look it up. Population of Hawaii. Because it's been a minute. It's been a minute since I looked it up. The population of Hawaii is 1.4 million people. Now, I understand that Chris Lee has to represent his state with full, fervor. If I'm a game company, I don't give a shit about your 1.4 million total population because maybe 50,000 of those people are gamers. So, in Europe, there can be a rule for the EU that says you can do this, but then every individual country can have its own individual rules and laws. Okay. Yeah. Don't jump up and down on the developer on Ashes of Creation because EU law is so fucked up. Okay. Give them a break. They're trying to give the people what they want. I'm going to be honest. If Steven had hired me as a vice president and said, hey, I'm thinking about self-publishing in Europe, I would have been like, are you fucking daft? Let's build the game first. Let's use an established publisher for 3 years. And then let's take some of that money that we get for the first 3 years and let's investigate this. A lot of people are also like, they better not put it on Epic Games. Why? Fuck, what do you care? If Intrepid can distribute on Epic Games for 2% more out of their pocket and they can let somebody else collect all the money and you have to use their launcher, who the fuck cares? Guys, get over it. People are all like, I don't want to install Epic Games launcher. Fine, then don't fucking play. Don't play. You're saying, I don't want My Games. Okay, we're going to use the Epic Games Store. Well, I don't want them either. Well, what will make you happy? Self-publish. Okay, we'll see in 2035 when we've navigated these 26 different nation member laws on how to do this. There's a reason why there's only a handful of publishers, because there's only a handful of people that are willing to put up with the bullshit. That's why there's some companies that just won't publish in Europe. Was Epic confirmed? No. I'm just saying, if they just want Steam. They just want Steam. But here's the problem. They want Steam, but then they don't want to pay whatever the differential is from full price to the same price pointing with 30% taken off the top. Hey man, the monthly subscription is going to be $15. We want it on Steam. All right, the monthly subscription is going to be $21. No, you can't do that. Well, what the fuck? Steam isn't any different than Epic. Well, it is when it comes to the, well, Steam gives more stuff, right? It gives more features that nobody uses, but they all claim they do. They all claim they use all these features. I'm going to tell you guys, all these people claim that they use all these features on Steam. They all claim that they played Ashes of Creation. I went to Ashes of Creation's Apocalypse forum site all the time, and I never saw any of these people talking on it, listing screenshots, listing videos, all of these things. Somebody, yeah, is this the EA lawsuit? Is this the California over EA lawsuit? Let's see. Yeah, this isn't California. Keep this in mind. You said California is suing EA over loot boxes. California is not suing EA over loot boxes. They are in a class action suit in California versus gamers. Here's the thing. This website's not going to go anywhere. This website's not going to go anywhere. Or this lawsuit's not going to go anywhere. This is not a state getting behind it and suing them. That's just a class action suit in California. That's like the lawsuit against Soulbound Studios. All the people who backed Chronicles of Illyria, they got together and they got a lawyer, and they're going to sue Soulbound Studios. Now, in the case of Soulbound Studios, Caspian Walsh is an idiot because he... Hold on, I'm going to see if it's still up there. I want to see if his stupid ass statement is up there. Because this guy was an idiot. Oh my god, he still has it up here. I want to share this guy. I want to share this with you guys because this guy is a fucking moron. This is breaking limited liability law. This is 101. Why the what are you doing? Oh yeah, because I had this chopped for the forums. Okay. Nope. And then we shrink because okay. So if you guys know anything about the law and why you make a limited liability company, I want you to pay attention to the three words in this abbreviation: LLC, limited liability company. You make an LLC so that you as a person limit your liability. You create a barrier between your money and your shit and the company's stuff and its money and its shit, okay? So down here, you see Soulbound Studios LLC, all rights reserved. Okay, so they are a limited liability company, and they're stupid because they have 2017 on the page. So this is effective. This has been your policy since 2017. Now I want you guys to look at this line here. Soulbound Studio, and this is the dumbest fucking e-peen waving waggle flex ever. Soulbound Studios is funded by owner CEO Jeremy Walsh and via Kickstarter. Capital consists of revenue from co-owned marketing company Search Engine PBC, as well as Jeremy's personal wealth. Costs include the purchase of art assets, engineering fees, development tools, game engine licensing, server hardware, and marketing fees. Okay, you dumbass. Guy, equation 27, as well as Jeremy's personal wealth. You're a fucking dumbass, okay? This is black letter, like first semester pre-law, not even law school, pre-law. I got this information in my pre-law classes before I decided to become a teacher. You never, ever, 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 ever do what's known as piercing the corporate veil. The Paradox Gaming Network, they have their shit. I have my shit. My shit in the Paradox Gaming Network shit never even gets close to touching, okay? Now, this guy has said the capital consists of revenue from the co-owned marketing company as well as your personal wealth. The reason why this is such a dumb fuck statement is that if you, like I have the I have the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. I am not the performing artist. Jahlon performs on this channel, which is owned by the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. I am here just like if I was to go to a comedy club and do stand-up comedy, or if I was to go to a high school and do motivational speaking. I am in their venue, okay? I am in their venue performing, okay? Now, whether or not I get paid by the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated is between me and the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. I can submit a bill. I can work for free. You can go to the club and do stand-up for free. You don't have to get paid. Now, that idiot still hasn't taken that off of his website, okay? He's going to go into court and say, well, Your Honor, I'm broke. I have no money. And the lawyer on the other side of the aisle is going to just produce this page and say, well, you need to prove that you're broke personally and your other company's broke as well, because you said capital for your Soulbound Studios is all of your personal wealth and this other thing. So he's fucked, okay? He's gonna end up having to do like a 10 cents on the dollar reimbursement. Now, I know some of you are like, what do you mean a 10 cents on the dollar? Hold up. No, I am not. I want to address that statement. I am not an employee of the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. I am most certainly not an employee of the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. It's important I stress that. I am a performing artist in my own right. I happen to perform on the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated's channel, but I am not an employee of my own corporation. I am the sole stockholder of my corporation, but I am not an employee. Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated has 0 employees. I want to say that publicly. In fact, I'm going to throw a stream marker on that, only so I have it. I am not an employee. Most certainly not an employee. The reason why Soulbound Studios is fucked is because their defense would have been to walk into court to get out of the project, would have been to walk into court and say, Your Honor, I suck at being a video game developer. I suck at being a video game developer. I tried to make a video game and I failed. I failed. Incompetence is not criminal. I want people to realize that. Had Caspian Walsh walked into court and said, Your Honor, I tried to make a video game, I failed, they would have said, well, you raised $1 million in the weeks leading up to, you shutting down your game. And he could have said, yeah, I raised $1 million. I had 2 $500,000 outstanding loans that I felt it imperative to pay off. Now, I know some people are going to look at that and be like, but the $500,000 loan was to yourself. And in his case, it was, because he's only a limited liability company. My corporation, there's a person behind Jahlon, right? Jahlon is obviously not my real name. Jahlon is my performing name. It's also my character name, ironically. My corporation, which is a taxable entity, has a legally binding agreement with me as a person, as an investor, because I loaned it money. There's a piece of paper that says there's a debt. An LLC is pass-through income. Although Caspian Walsh as an individual loaned Soulbound Studios $500,000, and people start jumping up and down and say, well, what about my money? What about my money? I know people don't want to hear this, but I'm impartial. He had every legal right to raise $1 million and pay himself back. He had every legal right to do that. People get mad about it. You can get pissed as you want about it, but being pissed about it doesn't make it against the law. His friends and family had given him $500,000 in a loan. His friends and family, all they had to do was go to probably Section 7 of their loan agreement and call the marker. All they had to do was go and call the marker and say, according to my agreement, in fact, my own loan agreements with my own corporation say, after a period of 90 days, I can call the marker, which means I can literally show up to a meeting with myself and say, I'm calling my marker. I want my money immediately. You have 7 days to provide. Well, that's standard in a loan agreement. So his friends and family that were in that $500,000, they just called their marker and said, we want our money. He raises $1 million. He pays off himself. He pays off his friends and family. And then at the end of the day, he's got $0. He's got $0 left. And he says, I have to shutter the studio because I have $0 left. People get pissed because they say, well, you just raised $1 million, but they forget that legally he had $1 million in debt. And as long as he's documenting everything, as long as he is properly documenting everything, he's covered. Now, the problem is I just showed you he fucked up because he did what's known as piercing the corporate veil. He said, my personal wealth is capital for this project. Well, now that $500,000 that you withdrew, that's still in play. You didn't get that off the board. You did not get that off the board. Where'd the other $1 million go? $500,000 loan to him, $500,000 loan from his family. What that actually does is it causes a $2 million shift. They had raised $8 million, right? They raised $8 million total. $1 million of that was taken out with loans. So they go down to $7 million, but now they took the $1 million out of play as well. You know what I'm saying? Because they had to take $1 million to pay back $1 million. 1 + 1 is 2. So you paid back the loan, that money was gone, plus the $1 million you raised was gone. So it's like taking a pile of money off the board. So now the class action suit is his way to get out of making the game, but he tied his own personal wealth into it. Well, what did they spend the loan on? That was just operating capital, licenses. They used Improbable for a while, paying for art assets, lots of things. I mean, paying salaries for 18 people what did they pay salaries on? Paying salaries on 20 some odd people for a year and 18 people for 2 years. Yeah, they had about a $2 million a year burn rate. Now I know, again, you guys are going to get pissed as hell when you hear this. He was pulling a $250,000 a year salary, and people are like, well, that's bullshit. Unfortunately, it's not. It's not, because a CEO of a video game company, there's what's known as, I'm going to struggle for the term here. If we have an accountant in the house, help me out. As long as you're doing everything above board, they don't give a shit if you're paying yourself too much. It's when you're not doing things above board that they look into. Hey, stop it. That's my wall. You want out? Okay. As long as you're doing everything above board, you're paying all the taxes on all the incomes, all that shit. They don't care. They don't care what you pay yourself. It's when you start trying to get funny with the money and you're taking like a huge set. Like if I were to put my daughter on the payroll of the Paradox Gaming Network and pay her $250,000 a year, somebody would come along and be like, so your unskilled 16-year-old daughter has a $250,000 a year job. Can you please justify that? And I of course I can't. But if I were to put myself on salary and take a $400,000 a year paycheck, they'd be like, how do you justify that? Here's all my degrees. Here's all my background. Here's what I would make. They'd be like, okay, you're right. You can warrant a $400,000 a year income. Now, people were mad. Caspian was pulling $250,000 in payroll. First of all, as soon as I found out about this, guys, you all should have run the fuck away from that project to begin with. He's running a limited liability company that he invested $500,000 in, and he's drawing a $250,000 a year paycheck. He's literally like quadruple taxing himself. So, y'all should have run away from that project as soon as you found out he was drawing his own salary from a limited liability company. Now, it's possible that what I don't know is that he's set that his title is limited liability company and his state allows it. But my state, I'm incorporated. I have to be labeled as incorporated. We're talking about Chronicles of Illyria. He had his wife and some family on the project for a while, which I did find interesting. Yeah. There's definitely something shady when you start having your family members on the staff. There's definitely something shady when you start having your family members on the staff if they don't have the skill set to warrant being on staff. Like, Steven doesn't draw, if you guys didn't know this, Steven doesn't draw a paycheck from Intrepid Studios. Steven doesn't get paid. Steven works his ass off 14, 15, 18 hours a day. He doesn't get paid. It makes no sense for Steven to take a paycheck. Okay. I don't know, yes or no, if John takes a paycheck, but it makes absolutely no sense for John to take a paycheck either for tax reasons. Now, if they want to, if when Intrepid gets viable, economically viable, then yes, John and Steven will have to take paychecks. So, I don't know. I know Steven doesn't draw a paycheck. John is Steven's husband. Yeah. Not that it's relevant in the fact that we're talking about family on staff, but other than that, that's the only part of the thing that's valid or relevant. So I just want people to know that when the people class action sued Soulbound Studios, you actually gave Soulbound Studios their way out. Outside of Soulbound, Exola is in the shit with their refund policy about non-delivery of goods. No, not really. Because read Exola's terms of service. Exola stopped giving refunds because their statement is we don't have any more of the project's money. Exola says we can't give you any more refunds for posture check. Yeah, I'm on my balance board. I am good to go. I am covered. I've fallen off this balance board a couple of times. But yeah, I'm on my balance board. Exola's thing is, Exola has covered themselves. They have said, we would love to give you a refund. We don't have any more of their money. Once we have some more of their money, we give you a refund. Exola's terms of service is so like legal proof. They're gonna get their part dismissed. I highly doubt that Exola is not covered. In fact, I'm looking at to the fullest extent permitted by law in each applicable jurisdiction, Exola, its officers, directors, shareholders, employees, affiliates, and or agents shall not be liable to you for any direct, indirect, incidental, special, punitive, exemplary, or consequential damages whatsoever, including any damages resulting from errors, mistakes, or inaccuracies in any content, any unauthorized access to or use of our servers, and any personal information and or information stored there. Events beyond the reasonable control of Exola, including any internet failures, equipment, blah, 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 blah. They literally say, you agreed that we're not liable. Finally caught me live? Yeah, I'm live. I'm actually rolling over my 4 hour. I'm gonna stay a little bit while longer because we got on a good topic. It's a good topic. People need to know this stuff. I tell you guys all the time. Okay? Don't ever just click the I agree box when a EULA or a terms of service pops up. Because you're like, well, I didn't agree to that. And they're like, well, it's in our agreement. And they're like, well, I didn't agree to have my rights infringed upon. And black letter law is, yes, you did. Yeah, you did. You see this EULA that you signed when you made your account at Exola? It says you agree to hold us harmless. You can't bring us into your lawsuit. That's what's going to happen with Exola in this lawsuit. They're going to Exola's going to walk into court. And first of all, I'll tell you right now, Exola's going to walk into court and ask for the case to be separated. They're going to ask to separate from their co-defendants. Because Exola has absolutely no reason now to stand there shoulder to shoulder with Soulbound Studios. And so that's going to happen. And then what's going to happen with that is Exola will walk in, it'll be the class action suit versus Soulbound Studios and Exola. Exola will be like, Your Honor, we motion to separate. We'd like to sever the defense because there's two different things. We want to go take the lawsuit against us down the hallway, and we want to let Soulbound Studios deal with like the other like 14 parts of the lawsuit. And the judge will say, granted, you get to go down the hallway. Now the problem is that the class action suit people have to decide if they want to keep Exola in the pot of potential money. And if they do, now all those fees incurred by that guy or that law firm are going to rack up. And if you don't beat Exola, well, now instead of him only taking 35% of your lawsuit against Soulbound Studios, he's going to take 35% of the money against Soulbound Studios plus all of his billable hours for the ones against Exola. So, there you go. I have a feeling at some point there's going to be an argument that nobody reads the terms and service. There has been. There has been many arguments people have made that says I haven't read the terms of service. And it always comes down to, well, were they presented to you? Were they presented to you in what is known as a legally sufficient manner? And people are like, well, yeah. And they're like, the judge will literally say, well, then it's your own fault because you signed on the line that was dotted and you didn't read it. It's like I told you guys in my last show, and this is a show, it's about video games, it's about life. I told you, if you ever want to know if the people on the other side of the desk or table or deal are trying to be shady, first of all, always hold on to every single piece of paper. If they have 15 things for you to sign, you sign the first one, you keep it next to you. And when they say, I'll take that back, you say, no, you won't. It stays right here until I've signed everything. Well, I want to keep it filed. Then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Use filing tabs. Use filing tabs. I don't care. Put them in separate piles. We got a big ass old table. Just break up your pile into 15 stacks then, and you can refile my shit in later. But you're not getting it back till I sign everything. And then if they press the issue, you say, well, you know what? I'm really not comfortable now. Give me the whole packet. I'm going to read top to bottom, left to right of every single page. Well, sir, we're going to be here forever. Then why are you being shady? What are you trying to push past me? That usually gets them dancing. Let's see. What are your feelings about the costume cash shop story going on in the AOC Reddit? If this is the one about people want to change the tiering of the costumes so that you have to pay more to use it, first of all, it doesn't matter. It's a moot point. They already sold the cosmetics with the understanding you could equip them at level 1. I put that in the thread. Somebody voted it down. Guess what? It doesn't matter. Because the moment they say you can't equip the cosmetics at level 1, somebody will sue Intrepid. And guess what? They'll win. Because people just won against Tryon. You can't change the rules after the deal. More like, what's the opinion on the issue? I don't like the solution proposed. Here's the thing. None of the solutions are good. Because none of the solutions will ever be good. You sold the cosmetics with the understanding they would be equipable at level 1. That's it. That's what you sold. Now deliver. Well, I wasn't here when it started. Hey, well, you know what? That's great. But you're Johnny come lately. You don't get to have an opinion on shit that was decided 3 years ago. Well, that's not fair. No, it's not equal. It's totally fair. Let's see. Most countries have civil part. No, that's not what we're here for. Is there a court system like in ArcAge in this game? My defense will be I didn't read the EULA. Yes, exactly. How did we get to this point? I didn't read the EULA. Yes, you can. You put it in writing, notarized, stamped, and return receipt. Not really. I mean, a lot of people don't understand that refunds. A lot of Europeans, especially. I've seen this one, guys, and I've seen the Europeans try this. I'm demanding a refund. Why? Because I want to get my money back. And Exola's like, no. Well, I'm European, and Exola says, that's great, you made your purchase in America. And people are like, well, what the fuck do I do with that? I want people to remember this. I understand Europeans, because guys, remember, I'm a dual citizen. All I have to do to get my Irish citizenship back is I need to drive over into St. Louis, go to the Irish consulate, get, I think, a new photograph on my passport, and that's all I need to do. I'm retired from the military now. I'm entitled to get my Irish citizenship back. Okay? People got to realize this, okay? If you do business in America, the point of origin of the business transaction was America. Your European rights don't mean dick in America. Intrepid isn't a European company yet. Exola is not a European company. Exola is an American company. A lot of times people say, well, I'm a European and my rights go everywhere with me. No, they don't. Okay. No, they don't. Your rights stop. Your rights stop at the border unless your country and that country have specific provisions in their treaties. And I don't think everyone realizes this. Countries have treaties with each other. It's like, why don't I go backpacking on the border of Iran? Probably because I'm an ex-American military member, and I have no business being anywhere near Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan. I have no business being there. So that's why I'm not there, because my ass has no business there. With that said, a lot of people are like, I can get my money back. And I tell them, good, go for it. And it's always funny when you tell them to go for it. Then they always like, oh, no, I'm not going to. Yeah, you know, because you know you're not going to get your money back. That's not equal. It's completely fair. The Last Dragoon, let me tell you, I learned that from a teacher while I was at St. Xavier University years ago. And it was an education teacher. I mean, I'd heard it many times before, but she finally got it through to me about equal and fair. What she said was, we were doing classroom development or classroom management or one of the classroom teaching courses. And she said, all right, kids, for tonight for homework, everybody on this side of the room, you have to do 1 through 30, the odds. Everybody on this side of the room, you have to do 1 through 30, all of them. And I knew she was going somewhere with it, so I didn't raise my hand. And somebody raised their hand and they said, well, that's not fair. And the teacher said, well, why isn't it fair? And she's like, well, I have to do twice as much work as them. And she's like, yeah, but remember, we're doing it was special education. It was adaptations and accommodations in a inclusion setting. That's what the class was. It was for special ed. And so the people on the one side of the room were non-special ed students. They were playing the role of non-special ed students. The kids on the other side of the room were playing special ed students in an inclusion setting. And the person said, well, that's not fair. And the teacher said, you're right, it's not fair. It's not fair that these kids on this side of the room, when they wake up every day, it takes them 2 hours to get ready for school because it takes them an extra 45 minutes to shower, dress, wash, make their bed. It takes them an extra 25 minutes to, get dressed, put on their Velcro shoes because they can't, they can't tie shoes. She says, you're right. It's absolutely not fair that those people have to go through that. That's why the assignment isn't equal. The assignment you're talking about isn't equal. You're not doing equal amounts of work because you don't start from the same starting point. My daughter, my daughter in 6th grade, she was in honors English. And I was still adapting to retiring because guys, if you remember, I got retired out of the blue. I remember one night I was coming up the stairs and my kids have a very strict bedtime during the week. I was coming up the stairs. It was 11:30 at night. My daughter's bedroom light is still on. In fact, it was this room that we're in. My daughter's bedroom light is still on. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And so I walk into my daughter's room. I thought she was like on the computer or watching TV or just OFOing, thinking I wasn't awake anymore. And she's sitting on the floor. And she's got this bullshit mobile that she's trying to link together all these index cards into like a geometric shape. And I was like, what are you doing? It's 11:30 at night. And she's like, this assignment's due tomorrow. I said, what is this? And when did you get it? She's like, I got it today and it's due tomorrow. I said, what is it? She's like, it's a book report. I said, it's a mobile and it's a book report. And she's like, yeah. I said, give me the assignment sheet. I looked at this assignment sheet and it was an absolute total horse shit assignment. I said, you know what? Pack it up, go to bed, deliver it as is. I'll take care of this. My way to take care of it was the next morning I called the school and I said, I want my daughter dropped from this honors English class and put in regular English. And they were like, why? I said, because if honors English is determined based on my daughter making a geometrical mobile shape in one day, and it's not about the content of the cards, but the presentation is worth 50% of the grade, then get fucked. This isn't honors English to begin with. And the school got all mad. It's not equal that my daughter is spending 5.5 hours on an assignment that other kids only have to write like 3 index cards. Fair and equal. Fair is everybody gets what they deserve. Equal is everybody gets the same. Fair and equal will never exist. Things are either fair or things are equal. Life ain't fair. I tell my kids that every day. I tell my kids that every day as well. I also remind my kids that life ain't fair. We go on vacation. Our vacations aren't fair. Other kids don't get to go on the same vacations we go on. And my kids have finally started to say, no, Dad, they're not equal. I was like, you're right. They're not equal. It's totally fair. I busted my ass to give you guys a good life. Always remember that, guys. People are like, you retired at 37. Yeah, I worked my ass off. Not fair. Why? Let's see. I think there's a good comic about this too. 3 kids short, medium, tall, and 3 boxes trying to watch a baseball game. Yeah, exactly. Does everybody get 1 box and the big kid is all the way over the fence already, but he still gets a box and the short kid still can't see? Or the tall kid gets no box and the short kid gets 2 boxes and now they all can see? Yeah, it's a good comic. If life was completely fair, society wouldn't function. Exactly. And I don't want to I don't want to jump into that. Maybe guys, maybe when I make partner, maybe I'll start streaming a little just chatting and we can do like some educational stuff. But right now I want to focus on the path to partner. That's the goal. What is the point of reading EULAs when it's common from what I hear to have it saying that I agree to them being charged without warning at any given time? I have never seen a EULA that says you can be charged at any given time. So you would have to show me a EULA that you would have to show me a specific EULA that, changed? Well, yeah, changed. Did I miss a word? Changed? Well, yeah, here's the thing. Have you ever noticed that when they change the EULA, they have to push it out? The EULA can't be changed at any time without notification. If they change the EULA, that's when you get that box when you're going to log in a game and you're in a hurry and you're trying to meet up with your raid group and new EULA, fuck it, scroll, accept. Why'd you accept it? You don't know what they changed. It's like when people say it's unfair or it's not right that they can ban me at any time for any reason. Well, why? Well, because that's just not right. But why? Well, I should have to have done something. You did. You signed the EULA that gave them the authority to ban you at any time for any reason, including for no reason. That's actually in pretty much every EULA ever. It says, we have the right to terminate your account at any time for any reason, including for no reason. You don't actually own your account. We own your account. People are like, I can't believe this. I believe the example I learned, this was Blizzard's EULA for World of Warcraft. No, that's fine. Sometimes after like 3-4 hours, my brain starts to just miss words. Or specifically in that one, I saw charged because the N looked like an R. Who gets to decide what's fair and what's not? Aha, the bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie gets to decide what's fair and what's not. Let's see. Alrighty, guys. Do you think PvP content for a guild will be more applicable for castle or bigger guilds that N-level PvE raids? You think PvP content for a guild will be more applicable for castle or bigger guilds than N-level PvP raids? Yes, PvP content will be applicable for castles. I'm kind of like not seeing where you're trying to go with that. But yes, PvE castle content is the premier guild PvP content. Yes. Have they said something about spells locking you into these long and clunky animations? Can you cancel out of that, or are you stuck for the duration? So you can cancel out of your animation, but you're not going to get the spell effect off. If you're talking about animation canceling because you want to cancel the cast, yes, you can cancel the cast and get your mobility back. But you can't cancel out of the animation, start moving, and still put out the end effect. That doesn't work. The being locked into the animation is the price you pay for the big damage. Same can be said for credit cards, ISP bills, cell bills. I know for a fact credit card bills have to provide upon request the terms and conditions in writing, and they can't change the terms and conditions and keep your card active, in America at least. If they want to change the terms and conditions of your credit card, they usually give you 30 days notice because you have the right to request them in writing and they have to be delivered. The other thing you got to remember though, is the other guy always has the right to end the business relationship with you. So always keep that in mind. They can cancel your account without notice. Yes, they can. Absolutely. And the worst part is they can cancel your account without notice. They do have to disperse any items of value that you earned with your card. So if like Discovered canceled my credit card today, they would have to pay me out my cashback bonus, but they could cancel my credit card today, which would fuck my life over because I don't even know where all the things I automatically pay for are at the moment. So this might be stupid, but is there a carry weight system? Blackbird, there is a carry weight system for gatherables and processed goods. This dragon fight though, can't believe this is a low level dungeon. Yeah, this is a level 4. This is a 40-man level 20 raid, I believe, is when you fight the pyroclastic worm. How far do you honestly think yourself the game is from release? 2 years. I think we're 2 years. I think we're 18 months. November 20 or March 22nd, 2022 is my target date. So finished products don't have a weight. No, because you don't drop finished products. Finished products take up a slot in your inventory, but they don't have weight because you don't drop them. They want people to be limited on their gatherables and their processed goods so that they're incentivized to use caravans or mules, aka loot pinatas. I've answered the blood god question many times today. I do not know of a blood god. If there is a blood god, then it's going to be blood for the blood god, and I'm going to be a naughty vampire god. I'm going to be naughty. I'm going to be a naughty vampire god. Repost. What kind of buffs, guys? I'm still on the same page. Damn. Come on. I haven't even scrolled past the page yet. What do you think religious wars would look like in the game? There won't be religious wars that I know of. Maybe. Religious wars. Let me write that one down. I gotta look into that. Religious wars. I don't think I've heard anything about the religions acting as a quasi-faction for wars. Guild direction for endgame level gear. PvP content over PvE content. There is no gear from PvP content. PvP content will not produce gear. PvE content does. Do you plan on having a list of things to test out, give constructive criticism about regarding the alpha beta testing of Ashes? I realized during New World that I kind of suck at being a good constructive critic in terms of how to test the game well and what to look for. I got access to Alpha 2 and upward. Oh, you know what? Here, I'll do a guide to giving feedback. I can do that. I wonder what percentage of resources you will lose. Hopefully something like 70%. If it was kind of lame, if it was like 20%. It's not going to be 70% because then nobody would play your game. Keep this in mind, guys. Keep this in mind. When you make a game, you have to make the game playable. If people are dropping 70% of the work they do, guess which people stop playing? Gatherers. Because guess what? Then the corruption penalty becomes worth. If the corruption penalty is worth it to kill people that are gathering, guess what happens? People will take the corruption, get the stuff, and leave. Not the noobs, man. And the fact that you would call people noobs, that's a horrible way to look at them. Because guess what? In a game like this that's subscription-based, calling people noobs derogatorily, that's just going to cause people to not play your game. Unfortunately, in a game like Ashes of Creation, I call people out all the time. If you turn your server into a toxic shithole, guess what? You have to wait until they decide to merge your server. So if you drive the server, if you drive the population of your server down into like the 1000s, guess what? You're gonna be waiting until they decide to merge you. And guess what happens to those 1,000 people if they have shit content? They leave. Your guild members leave. Don't turn your server into a toxic shithole. That's my best advice for you. Let's see. Will organization leaders, religious, have actual power? Yes. Could they sway castle or node sieges? Yes. You can always decide that the neighboring node has inferior religion and siege them. Also true. Let's see. Do you think there will be griefing guilds in AOC? Like Laughing Coffin? Yeah, there will be griefing guilds. The problem is they're going to grief themselves as much as anything else. They're gonna, grief themselves as much as anything else. If the person isn't fighting back and you kill them, you grief yourself 400% more than you griefed them. Keep that in mind. Every time you go corrupted and you die while corrupted, you get a 300 to 400% death penalty, and that is going to include negative XP. So, do you drop more or less resources on PvP death as a combatant, combatant, or corrupted? That is the order. You drop the least as a combatant and the most as a corrupted. Only if you die, you will eventually die. You lose combat efficiency as you go deeper into corruption, to the point where you will eventually get killed. Because you are not going to make an argument that you are PvPing all the time, killing people all the time, and not going so deep into corruption. Because remember, every kill, every murder adds karma to your soul as well as to your corruption count. So, say you kill 500 people, right? You might kill somebody your same level, but still sack yourself with corruption. And then you got to go do quests, and then you got to go grind off mobs. I mean, you kill a level 50, kills a level 50 and gets corruption. They might get 1 corruption point. But if that level 50 has 500 kills on their soul, they might get 50 corruption points for 1 kill. They do not want this game to be a murder box. They do not want this game to be a gank box. Don't kill greens. Don't kill greens. Don't kill greens. Do it like medieval kings, make the peasants feel like they have a good life so they won't leave a revolt, but keep a tight grasp on the reins. Exactly. Exactly. Also realize people might not quit the game, but they might quit playing in your region, and you might find all the content dries up. When porting a ship, if I cross continents to another body of water, would my ship be able to summon at the new port? Or would I have to sail all the way around the map to the new city? Ships right now are summonable from shore. They don't have to be in a port only. Steven has said ports. However, I think he realizes that based on the 2 to 3 positions of the nodes, the center of civilization in every zone of influence, I think he realizes that that's going to be impossible. That's another one of those. Somebody was arguing with me today because I was talking about what's possible and what's not possible. And the guy's like, well, you don't know what's possible. And I was like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, honestly, there are some people that just need to be told to shut the fuck up. If you can't explain your concept simply in text, you probably shouldn't be having conversations on Discord. If you can't conjugate a sentence and push your idea in like 30 words or less, I don't care how smart you are. You can be the smartest guy in the room, but if you can't communicate, then your intelligence is wasted in a text setting. How do you think cheaters will impact mayor systems specifically for the non-voting nodes like military? I've already talked about the military node thing. I need to see how they exactly plan to do military elections. And depending on how they plan to do the elections, they will either favor cheaters or not. It's a really easy way to make it so that it doesn't favor cheaters. So let's see. It's not really cheating if you buy the seats, and it's not really cheating. Yeah, so the only one you got to worry about is the military node elections. What do I think about visual progression in costumes? I don't believe in visual progression. I think it's a stupid hill to die on. People are trying to die on a hill on the Reddit, and they're trying to argue something that actually cannot be changed. They're trying to put tiers and levels and fucking level minimum requirements on the cosmetics that were already sold. That cannot happen. So I don't know why people are standing on that hill dying on it. You cannot change 3 to 4 years of sales. So it doesn't matter what people think is right. They can't change it. It's too late. I bought my cosmetics with the understanding I would be able to equip them at level 1. If Intrepid wants to change that, they will have to give me a refund. That's not what they're suggesting. Well, it's somewhat what they're suggesting because I read the thread and that is somewhat what they were suggesting. And then they started talking about changing the prices based on the tiers. I mean, there's a whole bunch of visual progression stuff going on the Reddit. So you're going to have to give me a specific thread if you want to, because one of them I saw specifically adding monetary tiers. And I was like, you know what? That just can't happen. I mean, it could happen from this point forward. Could you imagine how many people would be ass hurt if they changed the policy? So, if you've got a thread, if you bought a thread you specifically want me to look at, I'll look at it. But the ones I've been directed to had tiers and caps for the cosmetics, and I was like, that's not going to happen because this is not possible. Let's see. Do the kills on your soul trickle back down with time? Nope, only with questing. You can send 10 people to kill one in turn and farm off the stuff in exchange for gold. Easy peasy. You can send 10 people to kill one in turn and farm off the stuff in exchange. Kind of lost the reference for what we were talking about there. I'm imagining that over time people might just make a decent level character group that just runs around with junk gear, killing sprouts, and letting the corruption build because it's an alt character. Who cares? Maybe corruption should accumulate on your account. No, account-wide corruption is horrible. Remember though, if people are running around and they're sacking corruption, eventually one of those sprouts is going to kill them. The thread name Take Two on Reddit. Okay, hold on. Let's take a real quick look at the. Hold on, guys. We got to put on our radiation suits. We're going into Reddit. Hold on, boys. Let's try not to stay so long that we get infected. Somebody watch the Geiger counter. It's gonna be toxic. Visual progression and how to fix it. Take Two. All right. Here's what I'm looking at. Here's what I'm looking at. I linked it. All right. I want to remind you that the point of this post is to have a discussion. Following the previous post, considering main arguments from the comments, I'd like to suggest an alternative solution. Every cosmetic skin has these options to choose from. Okay. Number 1, you think people, what the fuck? The fuck is this insanity? Hold on. What we want, visual progression to matter. Okay, well, it's not going to matter because so many people already have costumes. It's not going to matter. Show on stream. I suppose I could do that. Where the fuck did it go? Oh. Okay. What do we got? Display capture. Let me zoom that in a little bit. Let's see. What do we want to do with this? I need to do this. Do this. I can do this. Do this. All right. The problem. Being able to apply cosmetic skins without the requirements. Okay, well, first of all, let's talk about defining a problem statement. Okay? Let's talk about defining a problem statement. Being able to apply cosmetic skins without requirements. That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. Because they sold cosmetics for years without a requirement. No option to toggle cosmetics on and off. There is. It's called default player appearance. So first of all, and this is my wheelhouse now, continuous process improvement. AFSO 21, Lean Six Sigma. I don't even read. If it wasn't for the show, I would just say, no, you're dumb because your problem statement's flawed. You can't even have a discussion about a solution if you have a flawed problem statement. Number one, being able to apply cosmetic skins without requirements isn't a problem because they've been sold for 3.5 years without requirements. So you don't like, this is not a problem. This is you don't like, okay? So it's not a problem, it's a you don't like. No option to toggle cosmetics on or off. There is, it's called default player appearance. The problem is you're all gonna look the same. You don't get the right to turn off my cosmetics. The developers didn't give you that right. If the developers program that in, great. What we want, visual progression to matter. Well, who's we? Got a mouse in your pocket? Because I don't give a shit about visual progression. Looks to represent time invested playing the game. I don't want that at all. I just want to look badass. I want to look cool all day long. I don't want that. Have a sense of anticipation and exclusivity. You do have that. Okay, you already have 1/3 of what you want. The best looking cosmetics only come from in the game. What we don't want, upset those who already pre-ordered. Sure. Make it harder for those who don't have as much time to play. Well, why the fuck do I care about making it harder or not harder for those that don't have as much time to play? This is in direct violation of your second point of what you want. You want to make it hard. You don't want to make it harder for those that don't have as much time to play, but you want looks to matter to represent time invested in playing the game. You have two oppositional statements here. You can't have both. Which side of the coin do you want? Do you want time to matter, or do you not want to make it harder? And you don't want to hurt Intrepid's business model. Well, that's a good one that you identify that, because if it hurts Intrepid's business model, it's a non-starter. The solution. Already pre-ordered cosmetics enjoy early adopters benefit of no restrictions. No change. Okay? Make future cosmetics tied to tier. Price scales accordingly to the chosen tier. 35, 30, 25, 20, and 10. The tier represents an entry point to when the player will be able to apply a chosen costume skin. Whichever tier you buy will determine the starting tier of gear you will be able to apply your skin to. Well, first of all, they're never going to do that. That's a non-starter. They're never going to sell legendary cosmetics because the legendaries are so rare, not everybody's ever going to have a legendary. Assuming you bought the legendary tier, you will be able to apply your skin only once you equip a legendary armor in game. Well, no shit. But if you bought the common tier, you get to apply the same skin right away, assuming you spawn with common gear. This is the dumbest fucking idea I have seen. And let's just remember, guys, we had that other dumb idea about bots, and that was pretty fucking dumb. You want to sell the same item for different prices? Okay. You want to sell the same item for different prices. You don't buy a legendary cosmetic. I know you buy. No, you actually do, because it says whichever tier you get. He actually literally says that, okay? He literally says, assuming you bought the legendary tier, you will be able to apply your skin only once you equip a legendary armor in game. You did buy a legendary cosmetic. You bought a cosmetic that can only be applied to legendary gear. Thus, it's a legendary cosmetic. It's the same cosmetic that somebody paid $35 for. This is honestly a dumb fucking idea. You sell the cosmetic for the same price. You sell the cosmetic for the same price. Okay? You're going to sell the cosmetic for $10 more. Okay? You're going to sell the cosmetic for $10 more so that you can put it on common gear instead of rare, with the assumption that people won't eventually get rare gear, okay? If you bought the, let's see, $25 is the current price for a pre-ordered cosmetic skin, being the baseline with a reasonable time frame from purchase to application, okay? Players who want to deviate from this point will pay the difference accordingly. Those who want to enjoy looking good earlier still can by paying a premium price. Those who want to stand on their principles get to enjoy a lower price. Okay, right there, this is another one of those. Ready? This is another one of those where this person has no the fuck idea how to present something. Those who want to stand on their principles get to enjoy a lower price. Why in the fuck do I even want to endorse this idea other than it sucks? Because you've literally just insulted me saying I don't have principles. I'm not standing on my principles because I'm willing to pay the higher price. This is horrible, horrible advocacy. This is horrible advocacy. Okay? Those who want to enjoy good looks but don't play as much get the middle point. Okay, that doesn't fucking matter. People who don't play as much, what does that matter? What the fuck does that matter at all? You can get, people have different principles. It doesn't matter because he just said, if you want to stand with your principles, you get to pay the lower price. So I paid the higher price. I'm not standing on my principles. That sentence has no bearing. That sentence has no, it shouldn't even be in this argument. You don't ever win an argument by telling the other guy his principles are wrong. And that's what he's done. Okay, I'm responding to this in a certain tone, in a certain flavor, with a certain character's lenses on, because of how bad this post is. He has insulted my principles. It doesn't matter if that's what he meant or what he doesn't mean. The fact is that what he said is that I'm not standing on any sort of principles because I want to pay a higher price, because I want to look badass on day one. Oh, maybe I don't want to look badass on day one. Maybe I just want to support the company. Maybe I just want to have a closet full of cosmetics because I want them. What is it? Maybe my principle is that I'm helping funnel Intrepid $100 a month to, you know, whatever. Let's keep going. This allows more options catered to more needs. Incentivizing visual integrity. Wow. Did you just use the fucking word integrity? No. Incentivizing visual integrity while breaking it comes at a price that Intrepid and we the players benefit from further support of the game. No, you can't say that. You can't use that word in that context. No, because you're doing tongue-in-cheek there. You don't do tongue-in-cheek in when you're trying to advocate for a position. Oh no, son. Someone needs to send this boy to debate school. Essentially, Intrepid just has to pick a point where this will take effect. No, they don't. Who the fuck are you? Okay, who the fuck are you? Essentially, Intrepid just has to. No, this isn't a signed up, dressed up, everybody's happy deal. Intrepid has to fucking vet this suggestion to see if it is hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's do it right. Okay. Intrepid doesn't just have to pick a point where they implement this. Intrepid has to vet this. And this is a non-starter. You want to charge people a different amount of money for the same cosmetic? Okay? You want to charge people a different amount of money for the same cosmetic? Restricting it to level is harder solution to implement and balance than you think. No, it's not. Okay. Stupid people. No, it's not. All you have to do, all you have to do, if you want to restrict it to level, you simply put, holy shit, a level requirement on the cosmetic. That is easy. Okay. It means that they have to nail a visual progression. No, they don't. They don't have to nail a visual progression that scales visually with each step. And that's simply, no, because your fucking suggestion doesn't do dick for that. Because I have the same cosmetic on common gear. This suggestion actually accomplishes the exact inverse of what he wants. This devalues the cosmetic by making them cheaper. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, whoever brought this up to me, Potato Basket, you can just go back and tell whoever wrote this. I hope it wasn't you, because I'm literally, if this was you that wrote it, I'm literally like hardcore flaming you on your own. Okay. But honestly, we gotta bail, guys. We gotta bail the fuck out of Reddit. Yep, somebody said the Geiger counter is over 9,000. We gotta get the fuck out. We gotta get the fuck out. Where's my peace lighting? Where's my peace lighting? There we go. Calming down. We gotta get the fuck out of there. I mean, holy fuck. I saw the previous one. And that one was fucking bad. That wasn't an improvement. That doesn't do anything to save to salvage the visual integrity of progression. Okay? Not everyone wants to look the same. What you think looks epic to another looks awful and vice versa. Yes, exactly. So, exactly. Okay, I rolled around. If you guys have never seen, where's Corner Chibi? Corner Chibi, are you sleeping again? So, if you guys didn't know this, holy shit, Corner Chibi, you ate your Wheaties today, boy. So, this armor that you see here is the Inquisitor's robes modified from Arcage. So, it's the chest piece, the circle, the priest's collar, and the shoulder pauldrons. Those are those are from Arcage. So Chibi was based on my Arcage character, and so we've made changes. I think it's close enough, but it's far enough away. If Gamigo or XL Games wants me to like take the middle piece and get rid of the circle thing, I'll do that. The glowing hand is gone, but that's a cosmetic. I thought this cosmetic looked fucking epic. Okay, I thought this cosmetic looked fucking epic. A lot of people hated it. A lot of people always say to me, dude, why are you wearing a priest's collar? I was like, because I like the cosmetic. I think that cosmetic looks great. They had a lot of other ones. I looked at them and I'm like, these things fucking look horrible. And people were like, oh, that cosmetic is amazing. The only one everybody seemed to agree on was Caprosis Furs. Now, do I think there is a concern over everybody rolling out the door on day one looking like a hero? No. Because everybody rolling out the door in Arcage on day one is a hero. You are hand chosen to be in the second wave of people going back to reclaim Vera, reclaim our ancestral home. You are a hero, but you're not the hero. You're not the Final Fantasy XIV hero. You are a hero. You are like elite. So what's the default appearance thing? You hit a button during events that you need, better performance, and everybody looks the same. It's default player appearance. I like the subtle style armors too. A lot of people like to look like drag queens, which I think looks awful. I like to hide in the environment. Hard to do when your armor is flashing like a bloody neon sign. Yes, I agree with you. Not Arcage Ashes. What are you talking about? You said not Arcage Ashes. But yeah, default player appearance is in Ashes as well. But I agree with you. If they start adding in like bikinis and tuxedos and other stupid shit, then we have a problem. Do you get to toggle it whenever you want? No, I don't think so. I think it becomes an option when the likelihood of server strain is going to be high. Now, here's the trade-off. Everybody was complaining that you're not going to be able to see what gear people are wearing. So what they give you? They gave you a buff that you get to see on people that gives you way more information than you would be able to figure out. People have you ever seen the people in a PvP game that transmog all their gear so it looks like shit? And it turns out they're wearing like best in slot gear. They just want to look like a pauper. I have. So Intrepid gave you a buff that you get to click on people. You get to see their armor type and tier. I don't think you should be able to see their tier. I think you should be able to see their type. But I don't think you should be able to see their tier. Or then they should just get rid of the transmog feature. The point of going through the ass pain of transmogging your gear is to give you the advantage. Full body cosmetics? Sure. I see people's complaint with it. I can buy a full body cosmetic in the cash shop, hide my gear. Sure. But you can also get, you guys are assuming that we're not going to be getting full body cosmetics early on in the game. So no, I absolutely, that Reddit post, okay, that Reddit post, good intention. The guy probably has the best intentions in the world. Okay, the guy probably has the best intention, or girl, whoever it is, probably has the best intentions in the world. But number one, there are words, okay? There are words that you do not use in an advocacy position paper. Integrity is always one of them. Principles is number two. You're always wrong as soon as you attack the other person's principles. You attack the other person's beliefs. Why do I even want to sit down at the table and have this discussion? You've just insulted me by telling me I'm not standing on my beliefs. You don't even know my beliefs. You haven't asked me my beliefs. You're talking at me about my beliefs. I saw the first one, it was horrible. I see this one, it's still horrible. You created a problem statement that's not even a problem statement. Who is the we? How many people? How many people are you? Because until this most recent one, this issue came up about a year ago. I engaged with about the 6 or 7 people that had the problem, and then they didn't have a problem with it anymore. As soon as their problem is that the cash shop cosmetics were going to look better than the in-game cosmetics. And once they got all squared away and settled down, they were like, oh, really? The ones in game are going to be just as good as the ones in the cash shop? And then Steven actually said, the most exclusive cosmetics will only be available in game. What kind of cosmetics are we talking about? The number 1 arena team, they're going to get a cosmetic. The number 1 people in the leaderboards for a season, they're going to get a cosmetic. The only way to get that, nope, he did not say on par. He said the most exclusive will come from, I didn't say, the most exclusive will come from in-game. So, it's going to be the most exclusive ones. So if you start talking about the most exclusive, if they come from in-game, your entire argument is gone. So I want a Burning Phoenix robe. Let's see. Is this let me see. I don't know if it's on the Discord or not. I gotta find it. But yeah, there's a quote out there. The most exclusive cosmetics will only be obtainable in game. Let's see. Man, somebody's been fucking with the wiki. And who's ever been fucking with the wiki needs to stop. Changing goddamn pages on the wiki just for the sake of changing them is bad. Who's ever making these dumbass changes, stop it. Don't change pages for the sake of changing them, because you're not making them better. Most exclusive. Let me see. Looking for it. Oh, yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. This quote's right there. But when we say, because you called me on the not better, the most grand looking cosmetics will be from in-game achievement only. The most grand looking. Lex is really mad right now for that very reason, I think. Hey man, it's like this. There's some people that decide that they want to join the wiki and they want to start touching shit, and that's fine. I don't touch the wiki. I have permissions. I am a curator at the wiki. I do not touch the wiki because every time I do, I fuck it up. And I'm not afraid to admit that I don't understand. Like, my webpage guy will tell you, my webpage code was deplorable. Like, it was horrible. Literally at one point, Zetrix was just like, fuck it, dude, zip up the entire website and send it to me, because I'm tired of sending you changes, you know? But if you're touching the wiki and you're fucking with Lex's like couple of years of life's work, stop it. Like, don't change shit for the sake of changing it. The good part is Lex has the ability to roll all the pages back. He actually has the ability to like strip a curator of their rights and then undo all of their changes. He has had to undo mine. Not that I was changing shit for the sake of changing it. I just changed it wrong. I think the only people that will want visual progression is not have level 1s look sick as fuck right away. But yeah, the problem is that there's been thousands and thousands of cosmetics already sold. They would have to change their entire. They'd have to get the majority of the. They'd have to get the majority of the players that already have cosmetics to change. And if you don't get that, then what does it matter? How do you get curator rights for the wiki? You apply to the wiki and they accept you. Maybe make all the gear in the cash shop available to be gotten in game as well, so cash shop isn't exclusive. You can't, because they've already sold it as exclusive. That's the thing. That's the thing you guys got to remember. Whenever you come up with a solution, the solution cannot violate the previous statements. So if they have said the stuff in the cash shop is exclusive, they can certainly decide not to make it exclusive anymore. But here's the problem. And I'm gonna use myself for an example. All right, I'm gonna use myself for an example, just so that we're not doing what ifs, anything. I'm going to use, here's my cosmetics set, right? They turn around and they say, you know what, guys, based on all the complaints, based on this amazing piece of writing on the Reddit, we're going to change our opinions and we're going to make these non-exclusive. Hold up. Hold. I'd like to refund some of my cosmetics, please. Oh, well, we're not taking refunds. Yeah, but you're changing the deal. So if you're changing the deal, I want to change the deal. You sold these to me as exclusive. They're not exclusive anymore. So I would like, you know what? I no longer want the little ship in the corner. I no longer want the little plague ship. No, I have to keep the plague ship. It was part of my package. I don't want the Fangler ship. I don't want it anymore. Why don't I want it anymore? Well, because you see, after you release the plague ship, or after you release the Fangler ship, and I had to make that decision if I wanted to buy it or not, well, then you release this one. Well, how many ships do I need? I have a mandatory plague ship from my pack, and I have the Grave Galleon. I don't want the Fangler ship. And that's where the problem comes in. Oh, the other producer. I gotcha. So they'd have to turn around and offer refunds. If you change the deal too much and you don't offer refunds, you end up with a Tryon level lawsuit, which now that Tryon lost that lawsuit in California, other game companies in California have to look at that lawsuit and be like, shit. Because remember, lawsuits are based on precedent. If a game company lost a lawsuit and was forced to pay restitution, the next game company can't turn around and be like, oh, well, we're not doing, we'll get away with it. Well, no, you won't, because now the law says you knew you couldn't do this. It was interpreted for video games. This was the ruling. This is what has to happen. Now, if they want to stop, they have to stop from this point forward, not backwards. You can't, ex post facto the change. Why can't they just change it from this point forward? They could change it, but why would they? Why would they? Number one, this entire post doesn't even factor into the decision-making process that you're going to have a group of haves versus a group of have-nots, okay? You have a bunch of people that already have their cosmetics. You don't change, like, they're not going to give a shit because they already have cosmetics they can wear at level 1. You don't make good business decisions by creating a group of have-nots that now can't get what other people had. It's already bad enough that there's a lot of things that were only available in the Kickstarter that won't be available again. Intrepid gave away a lot of things in the Kickstarter that was too much. Let them be, they're a drop in the ocean. No, they're not, man. They're every other single potential customer you have from this point forward. It is every single potential customer you have from this point forward. Because you say they're a drop in the bucket or a drop in the ocean, but the problem is it's every single customer that comes along is a 50-50 chance if they're going to be bothered by it or not. That's not a very good way to run your business. I don't treat my first initial, 80,000 customers one way and then treat every other single potential customer a different way. That's just not going to work. I am kind of sad I missed a few cosmetics personally. Yeah, lots of people are. You're going to have the ability to get a variant in game, but you can't get the one out of the cash shop. There are people who are upset that they missed the otter. There'll be otters available in game, but not the Tidebreaker. But you can't like, first of all, that's just a perk for early adopters. Yeah, and look at how well that mantra goes over with the Kickstarter backers having things that the rest of the players don't. And it doesn't go over too well. So it works like this. In business, you never want to offend potential customers. I don't think that this whole let's change the system. I don't think let's change the system. Because first of all, I do not stipulate that it's a problem. What was on my deck? This is my Bose wearable sound collar. I'm partially deaf, so I can't wear headphones. If I don't care about cosmetics, then why did you buy cosmetics? Maybe I bought them because I want to support Intrepid. Maybe one of them I bought because I punked out Steven and he delivered on what I said they should do. Be really shitty of me to say we need a Plague Doctor's outfit and then me not buy the Plague Doctor's outfit. And funny enough, I said we need a Plague Doctor's outfit, and it was the very next set of cosmetics that it came out. That would be shitty of me as a human being, wouldn't it? Hey, you know what you need, Intrepid? You need a Plague Doctor's outfit. Oh, hey, here's a Plague Doctor's outfit. Fuck, my wallet. Well, closing your eyes while on a balance board. Things you should not do. What if they made cosmetics only applicable after level 10 or so? They can't, because they've already sold the cosmetics as applicable after level 1. And what does it matter? The gear, the starter gear looks fucking badass. Hold on, let me see if I can find the starter gear. Because the starter gear looks fucking badass as well. And people are like, yeah. So I still don't, it's like people are like, well, this is a problem. Really? Why the fuck is this a problem? Because this is the starter gear. Look at the level of detail on that starter gear. So what are we really, like, remember, that's not comparable to costumes looking badass. I mean, the thing is you're not, New World, when we played New World earlier today, you fall off the boat, you're wearing rags, a raggy t-shirt and raggy half shorts. You're not a pauper coming through the gate. You're a chosen hero. So what does it matter? Oh, well, in my MMOs, I like, shut up. This isn't your MMOs. This isn't your MMOs. This is Steven's MMO. If he wants people to look like Billy Badass walking through the portal, guess what we're all going to look like? We're going to look like Billy Badass. Well, I like visual progression to matter. Okay. I'm going to go with the whole, you like visual progression to matter. Maybe Ashes of Creation isn't the game for you. And that's okay too. There's other games for you to go play. So, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, I spent way more time on this topic than I wanted to, but that's okay. Because sometimes, would you shut up? Sometimes, you know, I like badass. Do I have to be Billy? No, you could be Brenda badass. I will fight you. Visual progression equals watching your nodes level up. Yes, exactly. Uh-oh, I'm getting yelled at by the wife. Wow. All right. So, with that said, the producer doesn't agree. No, the producer wants me to work on the webpage because he wants Ashes 101 to look good. And the webpage guy sent me stuff hours ago. I went over an hour. Do you want to remind you guys that I'm gonna hit stop streaming? I'm gonna put a thumbnail on this video. I don't want him on my chair. That's why I keep throwing you down. I'm going to be putting in my partner application for Twitch here in a couple of minutes. Oh, watch your paw. Dumb cat. Don't put your paw underneath my balance board. You'll lose it. Go on. Chew. Attack my leg. Anyway. Tomorrow. Show you the kitty one last time. Okay. So the producer and I are going to get some dinner. We're going to get some dinner. And we are going to put in our partner application. We're going to work on Ashes 101. Did not get my giveaway. Yeah, the people that won the giveaway, I was not able to give you your gift card as of like 11:50 before I came into the stream. Sometimes it takes 24 hours. Sometimes it takes 72. I've never been able to give them out on a Saturday or a Sunday. It's like if you don't have the ability to give it out on Friday afternoon, it like ends up taking until Monday. But I got you. You're written down right here. Anyways, you guys take care. I will see you tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to talk about tomorrow, but we're going to talk about something. Do you know if there's any drawback, like Archmage wearing full plate? I don't know. Put that in the question box down below. We'll start off the show with that tomorrow.